13 leaves from the 13 leaves of the 25 leaves of the one of the directions is now this unforgettable unforgetting sort of world system, which is the basis of an emanation body. And in that unforgetting the world system, then there are millions of the eastern continent, western continent, and northern continent, and southern continent, which are beyond our comprehension.
Oh yeah,
that's all for this one. So we're still on the offering. That first one is that prostration and having the request to the gurus to remain for a long time, and then follows another prostration, and which begins on the third verse. Your intelligent mind comprehends the vast range of object knowledge, and your speech, the good explanation, is the ear ornament for those good fortune, and your beautiful body is the range with the glory of fame. And to you whom to behold, here remember its meaningful postage is that seeing the body and then and seeing the body and hearing the speech of the Guru and remembering him, and then we should make the prostration. And the first one is now follows the good quality of the mind, and saying that the mind understands both all the objects of knowledge. There are two kinds of objects of knowledge. One is conventional objects of knowledge, and two is ultimate objects of knowledge.
Gonzo demba sama jege paadela, gonzo demba pena jiji jana, gonzo guchu, pombu ro jingwa songda, pombu de mi be gana, pombu de ge dongye tonggu ma. Pombu ranji ni ma ru ba dongye de mi be gu du, dongye mo songda tongbe gu du, dongji pombu de tonggu ma. Rime. Dongye mo songda do yu du, gonzo ge nawa la no, gonzo ge nawa yo ma. Gonzo ge nawa tongdu du, dongye de mo songda tong togu yo ma. Lo kaga. Dongye mo songda tongdu du, mo songda be dongye ni na no. De jia de kare se na. Shije jiwa ma bo sa shiji yo san jia. Shiji de jim ne, shije chen samala je ma to ya.
And until we achieve enlightenment, and then we cannot understand or comprehend the conventional and ultimate truths simultaneously, and until we are enlightened, and then we see the conventional objects and emptiness totally different. When we see the conventional object, for instance, form, and then we don't see the emptiness. When we see the emptiness, then we don't see the basis of empty form. And it is when we achieve enlightenment, and at that time then we see the conventional object form and its emptiness directly, and the reason We cannot see the object of knowledge and the convention and ultimate truths directly and simultaneously, because we have not eliminated the objects, the obscurations to the omniscience.
Nyombe driba, shije driba, marasu dini bachas driba ni cheva redi. Shije driba tela shije raba china chava chiksha pelo suyoda. Nyomuge driba tela o zanya zhuda nina ni shula suwa shakri. Shije raba zonze, shije raba tela nyongjugu driba shakri. Nyongjugu driba sayadi shije raba redi. Shije chamu de bachati 시지 바샤지 시지 참으리 제가 손자용도 요목이 저바디 신다 소화시 요주기 저바디 지바다 소화시 시제 저바디 고샤도 소화이죠 또 나라는 또 주다 손다 지기 고인시 고샤 지바 신제도 매 시다 매다 저셔로 세 저라마게都主都具有都具的都主都松都精神你苗木的这个新的这个就开始有这个这个资本的资本家下边说的现家下面的系统的些世界这个国家的一共比统的钱的没有钱吧钱呢不定数吧
and there are various the delusions or obscuration to liberation, and there are the two types of obscurations to omniscience. One is the gross and the subtle, and the gross obscurations to omniscience known as obscurations of the absorption, and the subtle obscuration to omniscience is imprints of the delusions, and there are various delusions, so it is obscuration to liberation, such as the 20 secondary delusions and the root delusions, and these are the obscurations to the liberation, and within this the obscurations to liberation, and then there are various, some are gross, some are subtle, and then it is the subtle, the obscuration to the omniscience to the gross and subtle, and the gross one is the obscurations of absorption, and the subtle obscurations to omniscience is the imprints of the delusions, and some of these delusions, obscurations to omniscience are the more difficult to abandon than the other obscuration to the omniscience.
Nyomuga sabende, nyomuga jibade, nyomuba sabade, sabende bumato no. Hengi yomari, kuyaji yomyo. Nena nyomu sabende, zaji chui, zaji xinxin, jing xinxin, garza. Nena nyomu sabende, tandu ge midu. Oh, nyomuba de sabende mado majana, yaga loma jejana, ogi sabende yona, sabende teyona, sabende yongure, zawade mado majingi yaga jejana. 야지 우리 저유나 주신세 신 전바디 신 렘바디 신 렘바게 야가치다 제니 저유니 지용거리 그래서 녀무가 저 사변 마보는 녀무디 양주 지용 인사 녀무가디 신나 신들이 그 야지요 그래서 녀무가 방고 셔봐라 저와도 보마 도시 녀무디 양주 지용 녀무가 사변 맞다 녀주고 디바디 가려서나 녀주고 디바디 다른 녀주 고요 다른 녀주 고수 조 상대시 조메시 시티 고베 녀주 제 고요 고베들 녀주 디바 고요 상대 다부터 니바마 토바루 디바지요 니바다 som바바루 지요 som바 지바다 조메 리지 조메 시티 토네 고뇨마 토바루 디바지요 데 디바레리자니 츠바나제리 지자레네 제제자 켄도부제 제제자베스루부제 지바제자베스루부제 대녀주고죠 시제 디바 시디디 거레스는 고샤단 송가스 고로 건데베스루죠 시디 고로베 토부지 거네 Zogo Jinshi of Pata to Tongre, Lu Jama Tongi or Mari. To look up with Guane Tare, the Coton to Tonto Jilic, but up with Guane, Zoo Shaja Luton, Zoo Chichon of the Tongi or Shajama Riguma, which Yosha. There is a and the dog road and Dosun, Niamujaya, Jigibe, Niamube, Saban Savani, done by Inza. The Niamu Zavani Job, in the Niamu Jivat, to be Zavani Job, one way. Cocha, Zebadi sheet on book and Zeva Machine, Pigio Leguma, Zeva, there are no Zeva sheet on the Zulu. Jordan beat the sheet, made the Jordan sheet shells, she shivered. Beta said, Cocha Conadio, you won't be Shana. Shall to that was the Java in the that they give a baby, shall master. Sharon to it. Other and she jet divided bone to son, Nello di Gemato, Shajamato. Kunipo Jiking, Kulocus of Tenzan, Temawang Vado, Shajamata Mato is a Suganello Gematongi by Sama Java. Suganello connected to Neve, Nello de Gonzo Monsundo Tondi to Damato, Dodamo Sundo Tondi Gonzo Meto. Then he reduced Denichi, Nadu Monsundo Tongi or Mari, Sanja Soni Monsundo Tongi. There is a Shija Chunga Jeva Lulu, Shija Chama Liba Consul, the Dada Chama Lu, Monsundo Jeva Longa in Bella, and Shija Chama Jeva Lulu, Sanji, two, the chance in you, and so a championship.
And these delusions cannot be, the delusions cannot be removed completely if we try to eradicate the seeds of the delusion. So the delusions are now like the tree, and then this obscuration, true liberations are likened to that cloth if you wear, and the reason the cloth is like cloth is like the reason the obscuration to omniscience is like cloth is that even if someone wears very thin cloth, but we cannot see the body of the person that they're wearing directly, because there is a very thin kind of cloth between the eye and the person's body. So this the obscuration tune, the obscuration tune, omniscience is like a very fine and thin, very thin cloth. So until we remove this obscuration tune and the omniscience, then we cannot see and realize the true truths, conventional ultimate truths directly and intuitively, and also for this before we eliminate this obscurations to the omniscience, we see the conventional truths and its emptiness separately and differently. Even if we realize the conventional truths directly, or even if we see emptiness directly. So it is when we reach the enlightenment of Buddhahood, where we can see the conventional truths and ultimate truths directly and simultaneously. So the first line of this first line of the third verse, saying your intelligent mind comprehend the vast range of object knowledge, is principally praised to the wisdom or the knowledge of the karmas and the mind, among other good qualities. So this also the line that teaches that so how we should remove the two the obscurations.
And
the next is your speech of good explanation is the ear and ornament for those of good fortune. And this line is to Tsongkhapa's the speech principally is saying that his speech is the ornament for those who are bodhisattvas or for those who are of good fortune. And whoever hears the speech of the Tsongkhapas, whoever hears the speech of good explanation of Tsongkhapa, and then there goes will be very pleased and happy, and so the speech of Tsongkhapa is. Next is now that your beautiful body is radiant with the glory of the fame, and this means that the Tsongkhapa's body is not only radiant in a sense of the beauty, but also the Tsongkhapa's body is the result of two accumulations, the glory of the fame. Here we can also refer to the two accumulations of merit and wisdom.
소니 요소 조빈 제고 인상 안에 잡베베제 하면 제번지대 손에 잡아셔야 되리 년배 받은 지대 손에 잡아셔야 년배 받은 지대 손에 잡아셔야 지대 손에 산제레스베 땀 년부 잡아 잠을 치마 말이 산제레 그 centu는 땀 미행에 요래디 네 소니게 되거든 수다는도 되거든 다가셔야 저는 예배 받은 지대 손에 잡아셔야 잡베베제 하면 집에 고셔야 다 집어리 잡베베제 하면 집에 고스다 고선 투송 연된지 손 통투 전부된데 라차세스 고통한테 송투버된데 또 전부된데 제로 치게 고배지 미기 제주는 다다 요도요 아니 고는 러브지 제주 손에 다다 전부요 사제리 고생에 되면 뭐라서 고는 신이 잡지 세부 지다 마존에 도구도 신을 고샤는 지원들 지샤버지를 제니 사제리 고진 제와 있네 대바야 고진 좀 사제리 삼을 알라라리 대바 마제버진 제니 다다 전부요.
And next is that to you, whom to behold and hear and remember is meaningful. I prostrate, and if we behold the action of the body of Tsongkhapa, if we hear the actual the speech of Tsongkhapa, if you remember him, and then it's very worthwhile. Not only that it is very meaningful when we actually hear and the actual speech and actual the body of the Tsongkhapa. Even if we see the statues of the Tsongkhapa made of the clay and the wood and so forth, and it plants many of the wholesome propensities. So it is very then worthwhile and meaningful to even see the statues of the Tsongkhapa. And in the Sutra it is said that if we see the statue or painting of the Buddha, and while we are getting angry, and then still it plants the influence of seeing the 1 million Buddhas in the future, and the reason that we receive the many benefits of looking and seeing and the statues or paintings of Buddha, even if we are very angry, is because of the strength of the object, and for this reason, and then we can also if we can see the statues and body of Buddha, it plants many of the wholesome tendencies.
Today is the Los Angeles Kashisala Chia, the Gubatin, on the Berlin in the Yori, Langa and the Sadala, Berlin Hemaina, Chimota Sierra, the Babashan, Yomana, Wapun, Tojikin Dore, and Roy the Yaya, and Lucaya Casa, with the Yard, some son, Kujajet, the Sasu, Miasuja. All the leg on the Shindong Tina, you said with the Tibaja, Yamba, Dod Leleti, the Nekatu de la Bozo, Shinya took me the Gori, go to it in Sanji Huzu Chinjai, Sonata, de la Carissa, Kashagini, Peagusa, Kaziri, Yasa, the Sigim. Then you had the Caress, so Sayari said. Uncle Cabo General to live on the music, they were transit, kill you, young jazz and Sanji put in Jedi, Gabu, there's a low she had in the wheel. And the regular military chain is on another, nothing came up with such a no leve a lot of the Shina Sina and Rosala, Sanji Kusu, Children, Kong, you never know what they won't do. Yagagi suggests all the silver inza. Motor Salanga, you such a good told me to Saturday. Motor Mugu, Shina Sin Langa, you such a Dota Deja. To show the Gitasoya, girls or soya, the Tavichani, the less river. Langa Jilla money to move to the way you do in one day, show the port table with Neta. Shouldn't say on the Zudo, or to the Sijan, so the swing the Tavachan Pizashoyagi.
And in Tibet, they build this kind of house where they can where the paintings of the Buddhas and so forth, and these are the houses of the paintings of Buddhas and so forth can be found on the way to on the roads, and if the travelers are really tired, and then they rest on these the houses, and it's very relaxing, and while they were relaxing and resting in the house on the road on a piece of the stone, and then they can the statues or the paintings of the Buddha, and and when they are resting, then they can make the prostrations, and they can create other merits while looking at the statues and paintings of the Buddhas, and not only in Tibet and also in Yemen, which is previously under Tibet, now it's now it's under India. So still we can see this kind of house of these paintings and tsatsas in order to create merit for the travelers, and when these where you can find these houses of the paintings and maybe on the statues, on the stones, and this you can find in the forest where there isn't any the road to where there isn't the roads on which the buses can go, but all this have been built for the sake of creating merits for the travelers. So it is very worthwhile, and then to see and to look at the paintings of the different bodhisattvas.
Sanjay Song Rinpoche, and Jeo Mama Suna Sabi Shedo, Yunju Gishi, La Zula Constitutions. And yet, to some players, and Venice Zula Constitutions, Yojime, or the Nemeshinala, Memo Suna Sayat, and the Zula Compomer in the Langa Station. And looking to do my own day in order to tell you, Suna Sabi. Suna Sabi on the Tabachadun Sabi, Tabaki. Yarano Susu Trusan Lunia Payada, the thing is a boy of today in any, Mimios, Luma Abuchina, something ever in the Bonja Saka Yahuya, or the little Kayin song. The legend Zula from Siade, Carriers and the Zula Council, Lacone, Pechashos, Kanjuru to the Sishan and Chachu Pine, the Samjim Chavati, Yimmer. Zula said, the Dodils. Solas, Temezula now so young singer with the Udo, Sola said, Sola constitute Ludita, Tevason, the dinner, you choose Sola. The day that is here, that day you know, I said the shadow surely, Commodore Tadra today, why you show the ringe, so Saturday. I rejected by Tabachan Giori, Sabi, she told them Giori, Madonna Zuko, whatever, Nijoka Sabe, Queen Giori, the Hayan Kabure. Gaja Samton Vachine, Koi de Valisi, Sindilishan, Chazan, Tabagi, what is that? Kawina, Hinala, the Kawi and
and Buddha said, we should build this the houses of the paintings, or house paintings of the Buddhas in the two different places, and one is that we can build. We should build these paintings of the house of paintings or the viharas or temples on the road, so the travelers can see and they can create the merit, and also we can build these houses of paintings or the viharas in the forest in order to enhance one's merit and to develop one's contemplation and meditations. So there are two ways that we can build these viharas, one these temples or houses for the Buddhas, the paintings, one on the road, so where the travelers can see, and another is in the forest. So one does meditation, and also one can do this do certain appellations and so forth in order to enhance one's meritorious powers. And vihara, in Tibetan, vihara is the place or cathedral where you put the three kanjurus and the works of the Buddha, and the tsukla itself means that the works the works of the Buddha's teachings, and kang is that the house of where we can store these Buddha's teachings, kanju.
Benata, Marazu Sandongina, Sindela Shemab, Sindi Sandon Sabiki, Sindi Tunda, Chimokimeva.
And so through the power of the object, we should then create the marriage, which becomes the cause of liberation. Otherwise, if we have to create virtues through our own motivation alone, it's difficult to create it's difficult to create the marriage which becomes cause of liberation.
Sechima, Nasona Mando Sechi, Sechima Latami, the Oko Toyade, Melilea, Halilea, that Samudon Sana, Chiochima, the Langri, call it Reagati, Yuamare, call the Koyaki.
And if we work for the sake of this for the sake of this life, and that this is Dharma for this life, if we work for the sake of our future lives in order to obtain the human life or Deva life, and then we can achieve these things as we wish. But these are the working and concerning for just the future lives won't free us from samsara.
Meso Allah did not have a Kuruto, called Omega Ranger, Zana Guamidu, Samne, call it Roger, call it Shamalu, Ninjungu, Same Konan Sana, Tabatoyaki, what a Tabacho.
And thinking that it is insufficient for me to achieve samsara in the human body and Devana body, but I need this the total liberation from samsara. So having developed this illusion with the samsaric things, and then if one develop, if one creates the virtuous action with the motive of definitely living self-existence, then that action becomes the action of achieving the liberation.
Hamiku Goncha, Koya de Olicha, Yazan Tabatoya Bijula Mendo, Konju de Basi Dometia, Konju de Maranga, which is the Budegio. Today is a single toilet in Regio, Sanja Kosu, Jaya, Novotinani, Rala Rama Leva, Kondu Service of Jane, Tabachadan Koinza, came and look at some chief.
And at the moment, we find it difficult to practice the Dharma, which can become the cause of liberation. For instance, we are only we are attached to this life. We are attached to our friends and relatives. We are attached to our future lives for the sake of our the out of the desires attachment to this samsara marvelous, and then we create we do practice Dharma, but this Dharma practice is very weak. But looking at these the statues and of a Buddha and the deities, even out of the anger, this the action of the seeing the Buddha is then the cause or the action of reaching the liberation. So this way of creating the merit or achieving as a wholesome activities is the most profitable for us at the moment.
Shinga told them Samna, Garsa, Samna Termico, Lena, Maison, Samna Termico, one of Jula, Gabdiri, Marasuri, and Sandro Guamani, Bonga de Jula Magi, to show me about to me. And Lola Zinkajan, special in a Lola Mindo, I told you the lady goes so. And Shinga told them Gazai is on that, the never on Sandro de Abo. Meza, Shingu told them because the Shingu told them, Mama is so, what I Shingu told them because I told and Maras Simon Diego, Middle Jachin, Hemachumu, Shingu told them because I didn't marry Sibu and that
in his great exposition of the stages of the path, Tsongkhapa said, and beings who cannot, who cannot contemplate properly, who cannot meditate on properly, and who cannot really do other wholesome activities in order to achieve that liberation, and for them the best way of creating merit and gaining the wholesome activities is then by depending on the wholesome objects. So depending on wholesome objects like the statues of the Buddha and so forth, and then we should create more merit. This is most profitable for us to achieve creating a merit.
신기 토를 된 비기자 시야들 타바 차촌 비기자 소 토바 인자 타바 토야 교리 대만 이마가도 삼바야 보면은 타바 토야 기자 소 마토 용도 산제의 칠레 단디 처럼서 시행 패면들 무시 이내 시야자는 기신 수가 더는 제이고 산제의 칠레 되는 산제의 신경이 그 아마도 뭐 해야요 말이 신경이 더 차단 되고
and by relying on the
산제의 칠레 제야 되라
and by relying on the objects or the sacred objects, then we can create a merit, and they are through depending on the objects, then we can create many wholesome merits. For instance, there are the 27 enlightened activities of the Buddha. And the first one is and the peaceful
that's one of the Mongolian Solam Biju, Tava Chadam Gizala Go, or the Tava to have Juju Swamado, Kono Koya Rolling Chair, Sanji, Yanjuri, Mita Shayomariti.
And the peaceful activities or peaceful actions up to this, leading to Nirvana, and the peaceful action then he begins from. Then this the part of the accumulation, which is the 5 parts.
장시 심마 속에 제대로 제로를 장시 심마 속에 미에도나 제로 되라이네 해다 되었고 자대대요 메페미자고 소요도 메네 펜토가 되어진 지죠 pengu연에 미디어 있는 마제죠 그래서 그 pengu연에 콜레베 디베조를 누르면 미디어 있는데 템 제목을 현재 말해서 자 아주 하마고 현재 레스드 메르지 베카람 페페 베 다 그렇게 베디단데 오늘로체 현재 이미 그제 밀로치 제 천세들이야 오지 이미 그제 어레디 디바던데 베 미디어를 잘서는 페마레는 시지 용구요래 인데스도 펜더디와 관이자데 펜 들어 메디미자오 손도 당에 시디 좀게 데 너무 지가 나요 너무 지가 정신을 더졌던 것이 너무 여만 또지 강원도는 하고요 아 계시도 손도 다시 보면도 냐마게 지금도 요소야
and
알리쇼시아도 메디 네 야자베자사도 시야데 나 근데 냐겔인데 교토 고고 조제 산제기 칠레기 토마데 누나 쉐레던 시아들이 알리 디셰가 제어레디 누나 쉐레던 거기 고고마이 아이 다 그건 누나 쉐랑 고바던 시아데 마제는 소나는 마주나 시제네 사드니 야제네 엔트레 마고스 강아 이바야레 모두 거여줄 거야들 산제기 칠레 장아지요 요마리다 투 시셰 뭐고시 아까 내가 저런서미 교신에서 계시 지세요
and you can understand these the 27 enlightened activities gradually because I heard that you are doing the studies, so you can learn and you can understand these 27 enlightened activities.
근데 전전 정부 좋은 종자 치살다 그게 아시겠다 대전에 기시스 강신부터 순신이 그랬어 대마도 자치부 시주 가버려 다만도 계산이 시전 돈도 점어든 라차스도 그런 거에 대해서야 통화되는 들어가는데 점어든데 돈도 점어 꼭 통화되는 새 저게 다들 대신 꼭 통화되는데 사실 그 제가 산 그거 레모티브 선생 제나요 전달 요청을 했어
So it is said just to behold, just to see the body of a Buddha or the paintings is very, very worthwhile and meaningful. And there was one in the lay, the person called Chinta and Belke. One of his the former lives was the one was ant.
Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, Chui Keni, Chedin Jigilanga, the Mizu Gora Goda Langa Gong, Tena Baju Chu, Chedin Jilitoma, the Borigi, Chui Kis.
And then one day at the ant was carried by by water and then that water the circumambulate this stupa by an accident.
Who got a joke somebody on my tree king? Hey, I would go console you my own camera, Corazon, got a chick. Papa Jolan, it was someone over someone did. Chidon to cheat day only, and driven cheat day on that. Yeah, it's second of what second such a luja, such a common to lead the body to body. Give it in to your money, have a challenge with you.
And that ant has no the motivation, didn't have any motivation of making the circumambulations around that stupa, but by accident, that ant was managed to circumambulate, and that was the one and the virtuous roots of achieving liberation. At another time, the same the lay person was reborn as a pig, and then the pig was digging something, and it was chased by a dog, and again by accident that pig managed to circumambulate Tsatsa Tsakang. So it is that the house for the Tsatsa small statues. So this is the virtuous roots of achieving liberation for that, and so altogether they were only the two the virtuous roots of achieving liberation for the former lives of this lay person called Chinta Belke.
Then come lose on the money, but to lose all the chin be Mushida Chimbari. And then they see the Beijing Hamadi, Koranjo Hamadi, Shusiri.
And it took a long time to achieve the human body, and just the previous life of the taking birth as a layman called Chinta Belke, and then Chinta Belke was reborn as a crocodile.
Choosing Yami is to Jimmy, choosing some Shiuji, Chombatsu, Truton and Novel and choosing Lojani Devil. Need to say you to go to the Kaya down it, Tsunadu, Chukanga Kanala, Yumuri, a Kama did Chupa Luza, Soja Kakamandi, Mamisha, Yamani Kudivori. Hoka down and choosing the Yunza, the Truton and somebody coming shorter chest. Then another Jagabu somebody. Papa Mangaba chance to get him. Mangaba singing Yagabi only. Yagab Julia, Lamachi. They send you choosing the two. Mangaba Chio, Mangaba sent to the H and Logi, could cut some shot. Could roll over the Kaya don't throw your money. Cut on his one. Put your and said the China Beijing Journal. Million, Mangaba sent to the Yang.
And that crocodile, the slept, even for 100 eons once he got food. That crocodile was so huge, and while he was opening his mouth, then many other the animals like fish and so forth can go through that mouth like in a house. And once there were many the animals, and then that the crocodile closed his mouth, and he ate that, and then he remained with the sleep for many days, many months. And at one that day, and then 100 merchants came across through that the sea, and then there was some risk for that Indian the merchants, and then they cried out, calling one Indian apprentice name, saying, "Oh, Mangapa, you know." And just hearing that the name of that the Indian teacher, and then he that crocodile they closed his mouth, and then he died. And in his next life, that crocodile was reborn as a human being called Kyabje, and when he was about 18 years old, and then his children, boys and girls, treated him very badly. He was And then the Buddha was coming for the begging, and then Buddha asked him what he was doing, and then he was saying, he was sacked, so he was expelled by his family, and then now that's why I'm here. And then Buddha said, can you become a monk? If you can become a monk, and then I can help you. And then he said I couldn't do anything. He thought he has to do. He said he was 80 years old, and then Buddha took him to his place, and he was ordained him, and Buddha gave him some exceptions not to work, and he was put on the last row of the monks, and then and Buddha gave him a special treatment of not to work because he was old.
you can look on your name, your Legachewa is a man, Tausana, Suja, Kim, Shoot, via Legachet, Maganabu, Kotavachi, Tachi shows on the near to Dajum, Kotavachi, Dajum, Mushi, Kola, Tachi, Tabachat, Giza, and Dadi. Tabachi is having a hand of Atodago, Dajum, quality to it. Quality to Giveza, and Dani. Could treating for a poet near to Dajum, Maziba. And Sanjay called Giza Mindu should be Sanjay Giza Yoris. Tabachajan Giza Yoris. And then Richi Yoris, Tavisha, Papa Goropoa, the Mutuma Goropoa, the Yoris. And it Tabachi. Teni Atavasham was to give Kola Repogantis, and Kabuchi Goma. That was some Chiton Yoja Shabatan, and only they did Korapu Sudan. And then Chipugu, Venamas with the Damu Shirachi. Yeah. I had Tavachi Guma de Tavat Sabbath called Damucha. Tama River gave over to Tavachama to a situation. Tama Chuna Chum. Chiwachimanga, Chudu Tavachi to a Monojavasani, Kalel Mandruni, Chukalman Shimmer, Kotavachi and Kambu near to Sunshimur. And then Sanjak Mushi Batrusion, Zizi, but was Sanjik Maziba Yomaris Givatishan. Dajuma near to Mushi Mazina, Chingmari. Ziba Gudi, Kaya Zigre. Uncle Madu Chukalano, Kuloswapi, Shinjigan Vake, that's from Chundachigori, Chundachima, Joshima, Lochuntu near Tavachan, and Shamu Yoshos, Mono Yaviori. That's Sanjay, Yatu, Sunshine, Cherokee, Lopeji, Kajiba to Dish Song. Peji la Sumshis, Sandon Shari. Near Sunshine, Peji, Kajiba to the Kumaki Chur and the Ori. lamsam zuruja chun chuma jo alen sha le ne den ka ta ko to go ne ka je go le go ne ne de so chimo be ko je o ma chusen de ha ko chun chuma jo alen ne chugu le juju ne na ka le person.
And then when Kyabje was with the monks, and then the young monks who were more educated than the old Kyabje, and then they treated him badly, saying bad words at him, an old monk, and doing nothing and knowing nothing, and so forth. And then he was also even more depressed, thinking that when I was in my family, then my the wife and children treated me badly. Now in this the monk community, now these monks treat me very badly, and so he was so discouraged about being with them, and also the senior monks, and also find out that he in Kyabje didn't have any the virtuous cause of the reaching liberation. They out of the clear ones, they checked whether Kyabje had any kind of wholesome actions of reaching liberation. They saw nothing, and then they approached Buddha, and then Buddha replied he did have the virtuous roots of gaining liberation. That Buddha pointed out that they were true roots of true virtuous root. One was that when the Kyabje was ant, and then he managed to circumambulate a stupa, and when he was reborn as a pig, and then he was managed to circumambulate the house for the tsatsas, and because now that he had his virtuous roots, so Buddha says he can become a monk. But he was ordained by, later on he was ordained by the Kashyapa, but his other the monks treated him very badly. Then and he thought it would have been better for him that if he was became monk when he was young. And then through the depression, he thought maybe he should go jump into maybe a river or into the water. And then he went very quietly, and there, then he hanged his robes onto the tree, and then he was nearly to jump into in the water. And then the Buddha realized that this immediately through the power of his the miracle and clairvoyance, and he asked Kashyapa, look, Kashyapa, you the monk is now nearly jumping into the fire, so to protect him. And then in the Kashyapa also checked, and the Kashyapa then find out that his monk Kyabje was also nearly to jump. So then he went there, and then he saved his life. And then Kashyapa said, that you should hang into the mine yellow rock, and then they flew into the sky.
요 성침을 주부는 요네 나가는 페르소네 되래요. 그런 제와 하면 출신이라고 출신 친구 쉬우데. 망가봐 고용도 가족은 시에를 하고 세상 출신으로 야서 발업이 파요네. 되게 초상로요. 다로 제주 탐바대와 인자 대리나 샤강가 내니 샤요 말. 그리고 찍어대요. 출신 친구 쉬라 이제 그리고 르르부지니 요래 한 대가도 보아버려. 네 뒤에 손을 꽂히니 그래 고구마. 출신을 그리고 보는 데에 많이 한가 보자 되더니 양산부 아니 공부 네 뒤에 손 좀 보셔야 아니 왜 말하니 다른 거 사자들 가버려. 그래서 사자들 가르고 알려버렸어. 간쇼. 그 사자들 가르 사자 보는 때다 아송. 한 살마다 제대 그리고 임버리. 대로 저거 말도 저 저버려서 수유를 심어들이. 뒤쳐서 통수. 아그 상도야 거의 보기 그러고 저 마음에를 버려 그런 상도야 여마한테 이내 상도 숨을 멜라메 가리 아그래 상도 가린도 상 내대로 손치면 땡겨서 냠버자 진실로 그저 하면 전주고 저 하면 그런 출신 임바 망가베 땅 트이니 카송도 시와 임바 대르고 임바 그것이 lapsan 전버려니 전자더니 자고다 저 배 코알 니보 면도가 최신 내리지 지샤 산는 연구를 삼 주마만 임바치네 라선 추송으로 지스 니에서 손치보도 쉬어 손치보고 데모시 추주소 라선 내가 산로동 공개하니 거다가 라좀 더 송어래.
And when when Kashyapa and Bhagya flew in the sky, and then they reached the place where the previous reincarnation of Bhagya's body was there, and then it was now the 8 years now 18 years has passed away, so now the flesh of that crocodiles no longer exists, but only the bones, and the bones of this skeleton of that crocodile reached this side of the shore, and then the Kashyapa and Bhagya landed on the corpse of this the crocodile, and then the Bhagya asked where now we have reached, and then in the Kashyapa said you should look at where we have reached, and then the Bhagya looked at it and he saw the bones, and then Bhagya again asked whose bones are these, and then Kashyapa replied, think carefully, and then he thought carefully, but he was the oldest kind of stupid monk, he couldn't thought about it, and then. And the Buddha said again, you should the Kashyapa said you should think carefully. And then while the Kashyapa, Bhagya was thinking about whose bone was this, and then the Kashyapa was meditation and blessed him to remember his the former lives, and then Bhagya was able to remember his former lives, and then he discovered he was actually born as a crocodile, and now the bones were the bones of that his previous reincarnation, previous life, and then he developed the immense disillusionment with this samsara things of changing one body one the other, and then he Bhagya requested Kashyapa to give the teachings, and then Kashyapa gave the teachings on four truths of superior beings, and when these teachings were given, and then the Bhagya received this and contemplated, meditated on this, and finally the Bhagya achieved the arhatship. And then because the Bhagya had achieved liberation from cycle existence, so it's a superior being. So then he became one of our three jewels. The old monk became one of the three jewels. Papa Manga Bagi sent to ne choosing the ship, Milule, Lady, where they would have tell a long chair and go Michi, Tabachi, Tabachi, Tabachatan, your tell it and the dinner to Sunchi Jesus on Kodajum Toyagi, Lady Nichi, Mutumagi, Korakoya Chita, Papa which you didn't correct never, dear Kore Tabajin Koramari, Papa Tomachi kiss on Papa Chi, they on it. All that is other gen to some machine I made lessing at the time Revuchimu, Lake Abamang, soon a Chusim and Trola Maria,
见到柴娃大概天天被朋友呀，天天去要的，天天上俺那水来上不得不大去，第二哪里就他们吃东西来的啥都大包一堆，俺这上不的现场呢，他把那米被来的靠过来，那上街过人接近呢，他把吃东西来的，周末给。周末去看过来，但他这样子上去过中节，天母家学过来，下山学过来，学不皮学过来，其他个说那全部的话，说那全部一都说那马上把钱，我是对呢，炒了的，别的炒了去了，现在一下生活大不大，我结婚就上不动，但是现在的个天他现在吃吃的也不吃的要这的，人家得到也不结婚的呀。
And then because the Bhagya had now achieved liberation, and then the Bhagya said, now you Kashyapa come back or come on to my the back, and now I can take you back to the where they were residing. So and then the Kashyapa sat on the back of the back of the Bhagya, and then they flew, and then they reached where they were living. And then finally, maybe both Kashyapa and Bhagya became same in the sense that both, they both were in the fourth destroyer. Maybe they were different in terms of the, the Kashyapa is alter, maybe alter the fourth destroyer than the Bhagya. Other than that, the Kashyapa and Bhagya didn't have any big, the difference in terms of the understanding. Now this story teaches about the karma very interestingly. So now we should be careful about that actions, and then only the actions that the Bhagya had to achieve the liberation were only the two the circumambulations. One was that he made circumambulations on the stupa, and one time he made the circumambulation around the house of a Tsatsa, and when he was making circumambulation, he didn't have any motivation to do so, but just making the circumambulations on the wholesome objects. So he managed finally managed to obtain the human body through other than the circumstantial causes, and so we are at the moment we are far better than the two former lives of the Bhagya, because we can make prostrations and offerings to the deities and the Buddhas with the human mind, and making the prostrations, and and also we are receiving the hundreds of deities of the land of joy, and through this we can also creating many merits. At the moment, we do have this good time, but also we should try to progress our life, which is far better than our this present life, because the karma is very very complex. And the next is now the offerings. There's in the text it says pleasing water offerings, various flowers, fragrant incense, light, scented water, and so forth. This ocean of actual arrange and mentally transform the clouds offering.
Then all over Jew, the Chunaso. Other Chuk, Gabu, Sabu, Mabu, Chuk, and Doka Medawa, Chuk, Rum Medawa, Chuk, Timashin, Medawa. All that the name Chu couldn't true, share the church. All that the name Chu, Saji Nagapana, Yonzoba, Mashaba, Masaki, Saja, Tanja, Tineji people. Yeon Chu, Nazo, the Koran Damina, Nazo, 너제 이나 수담면도 가도면서 축구로면도 면도 난면도 나서 상마도면 나서 야니 나서 말해 야고 샤다 이마다 이면도 가도면도 어떤 배도면도 너거면도 들려 샤다 지비 어떤 데 지비고
and I offer to you the supreme merit field, and now we should we should offer very pleasing and attractive these offerings. We should visualize the containers very very vast, and these containers made of gold, lapis lazuli, and other made from other minerals, and into these containers, pleasing containers, and then we should fill with fresh waters, and various waters, some for bathing, and some for drinking, and so forth. And this offering of water is filled on the ground, and also these offerings are filled into the space, and in this way, then we should make the elaborate and very pleasing water offerings.
이는 리그로 주되는 연락제들이 무슨 샴바들이 무슨 샴바들이 뭐샴 예주도 나 선동되고 드으래 야 전부 선동셔요 예주
and there are two types of offerings. One is actually arranged offerings, and two is mental transfer. The actually arranged offerings such as the offerings that were set up in front of the statues with the bowls, and some it does have the saffron, some doesn't. But anyway, those the offerings are the actual arrangement offerings, and mentally transfer offerings where that the visualized offerings that were made in the space. And saying that I offer this the ocean of actual arranged and mentally transformed and the clouds offering to you the supreme merit field, the Tsongkhapa, and the true spiritual sons who are the top, the unsurpassable objects of making offerings among the 3 billion universe systems, because all the objects of refuge and are contained within you three. So I offer all these offerings to you, the supreme merit field. And having made the water offerings, and then we should make various very pleasing and various of flowers to the supreme merit field.
Sima, Medo Chion, Kashi Kuba Juni, Medo Chion to the Choking, Kashi Medo Sima, Kashi Medo Dombu, or Tenegi, no man, as we use them as a Yodevan, Zaban, as you told you, Bekoya, 다 통만용을 차지는 라제지면도 맨다로 세는 사유나 예배면도 뭐 요래 그 고용세 퇴용세로 되어 상로동 되게 나게 강탄 강대로 어디 뭐서 시험보다 내 표시하고 이거 주법은 바나나가 사실 참 강대 버들이 대답이 저전자 손디 양수상 신주를 주법이야.
And we should also the offer the various the pleasing the flowers such as actual arranged flowers and mentally transformed the various flowers. They actually arrange these the various flowers such as these attractive the flowers which is already set up, and the mentally transformed the various the flowers should be also visualized in the space of the ground, and some of these flowers do have with the roots, and some flowers are just the flower in the gardens, and some flowers these various flowers are just the top of the flowers, and if possible, and then we should also visualize the Deva flowers such as Mandarawa, and imagine that one is also offering these Deva flowers. So as a conclusion, and then one should try to offer all the different types of the flowers to the merit to the supreme merit field.
他有钱拿走没多少钱，他执行度不，业务执行度不拿走，确诊家属是拿去确诊，业务执行度不怎么行不过不个多就是多呀，清楚呀，多个数的都说了呗，这些大姐姐姐，确实上去没些吧，没到当看看特的，全的这全培训全来的但是那些全是那个了吧，来的这么讲我这个反正的吧，呗，你全样对那个确实个数的差点跟着。 全各当也不哪个看的，没到一年这个那些，没到什么到了下个是不是来的这么多，然后8点这不9点这不听那个说的差点嘛这，反正都个一年不个多的其他也弄的多个呗，大些这些个说的差点嘛这，我到现在呗，那个看看我这个配过的。
And next is now the making the fragrant incense offerings, and when we make these offerings, we should think now the small of the incense are now then the very the fragrant, and then these the smokes of the incense transform into various offering substances such as the 8 auspicious signs, the 8 substances, and so forth, and visualize all this space, and the is filled with this incense, fragrant incense, with the various offering the shapes, and also we should visualize the water offerings, pleasing water offerings in the different shapes, different shapes of the different the spiritual things. And also we should when we are making the various offering the various flowers, and we should visualize the loose the flowers in the aspect of like let's say banners and the canopy and so forth.
대략이 변하게 강강하다고 표현해서 그 강강로 봐. 그저 파 오제 오제 파 지기지의 수 취되고 되는 그게 수신 담면에 샤되고 코란스에 파서 penso 왜 봐서 왜 수되고 봐. 전부시 되면서 제가 그 세바 나온 셔바나다. 어디래고 왜냐면 나도 제 표고래.
And next is the offering the lights, and we should also we should offer the actual arranged lights, and also we should offer the mentally transformed lights, and visualize the infinite the lights in the space, and these the lights are in the different shapes, and because of the brightness of brightness of the light, and then we should say that I offer all these lights to you in the supreme field.
No se mambu be tong su ju tong chima ji ji ka che ba che ne 동송 면세 의제가 그제버리 동송금 나가 강가 세는 통가부제 그런서 의제도 파수 지금 지리 제버는 취대버는 배점지 대버서로 제가 그스테레 레데 동송 넘버세를 다 지게 르에모가 넘버세도 있어 돈이 하요 너 치 동송금 넘버 나무세도 나 신제 다 지금 배지 때문 말이 보면 봐 너무 도송세 토야 그 넘버제 지난 넘버세 좀 시제나 뭐다 시작이요 펜셔요.
And when we are making this, the offerings of light, and we can also visualize that this light illuminates the darkness of the billion universe. This is very good, but the best way of visualizing and which we will see more benefit is that by making this light offerings, it eliminates the darkness of the darkness of sentient beings' mind. And if we visualize this, thinking that this light eliminates the darkness of sentient beings, and then this will cause us to receive more of the benefits.
대상의 로스를 이제 라콘스나 자가라 도종지는 전에 도도 지야요. 전에 처음에 좀 도종나 다자도 그만도 지요. 어디 로스나 주니. 아니 좀 신고요. 근데 전에 되고 나서 밥해야 아니 저거 그리고 소리가 라마 봉고서는 도가 주고요. 대조자도 차와치에 전에 이제 세르부차 좀 신고죠. 연구요. 어디 로스 제일 되고 줘야 되네. 이제 제 지상의 되고들에 조바데 나나나 캐네 나지 조이자데 도서주 동주면 지대지 강래 점심을 먹기 접도야 그래 지상의 조바데네 캐네 아니 어디 표지.
And next is now the offering the scented water or the perfumes. There are these days various the scented water or the perfumes, but maybe these are maybe not meant for the making of the offerings. In the past, in India, we can find the stone which is like a hole, and next to it, and then there is the sandalwood stick, and then before they enter into the temple, and then they put this the stick of sandalwood into the into the hole, and then they just anoint on the forehead, and then they go into the temple, and then this makes the very good smell, and also they anoint this the scented water at the heart of the important the people, and when this is anointed, and then at the heart of the important people, then it cools the hot temperature, and also it the smells whole thing very fragrant, and in a similar way, and then when we make this in the scented when we offer this scented water, and then we should offer that this to all these meditative field, and at the end then we should say that I offer this very the scented water to you, the supreme merit. And the next is and so includes this the cake and the music, and we should offer the various the food, some for chewing, some for this tasting, and some for sucking, and some for swelling, and so forth. And then also we should offer this various the musical musics to the supreme merit field.
This one. Religion is joke, natural joke, no sad, no long way. What the Ghana is Zujo, Nazo, Zoo, that religion of the way in the Mari. How to say, no man, that's what Naka come on.
And
Tell a Jan, the never chubby rube, chubby, chubby, number, and so. Juan, I think it's chubba. Regent over city, you can say, and send a chubby, not so what your show is.
And also, you can offer the full 5 the desires objects such as beautiful the visible forms, sound, smell, and so forth. And also in the guide to the Buddhas of the Deities, some offerings were listed, and those offerings can be also made. And some people may think that as I have said before, that offering the water offerings filled within the space, and then where we can then offer, where we can leave the various flowers, fragrant incense and lights, and so forth. And this narrow way of thinking it, and since the space itself is also spacious, so we can make the elaborate offerings, but all the forms are not necessary to be obstructive, and there are some can be non-obstructive forms. There are the 11 forms, 10 are obstructive, and the last the form, which is 11th form, is non-obstructive. So if we make the offerings, and then there shouldn't be any problem or not being because of occupying the space. And we said in the text that this ocean actual arrangement and mental transfer of clouds offering I offer to you this primary field. If we don't have set up the actual arranged the offerings, then we shouldn't say this ocean of actual arranged and mental transfer of clouds offering, because we didn't actually set up the actual arranged the offerings. If we are saying this, we are a bit greedy and telling lies, because we didn't set up the actual arranged. And some lamas, even in order not to contradict this, and some lamas, what they say, they make pills, small pills, saying Kyabje Rinpoche, the precious wheel, precious elephant, and so forth, and thinking that these are the actual offerings, and also they make it a tiny. If they are not available, but they make it even a tiny kind of the elaborate tiny the actual arranged offerings. Because they do this, so then this is a sufficient of saying this ocean of actual arranged and mental transform class of offerings.
So the children about the chair water, and I was Chima Sam Dongwe. She didn't have a regumare, Chima the children which I said, the little bit Sanludon. Sendele 20 men in Kanaka Legion. Shoga Chusi, Niaguachi, Lehala Nuguachi, Bejalinguachi, Kanga, Mitchell College, the Guyo. The Wooden Church on Rochana, Church, 20 Yori, Millie Rocha, Yori, 所以呢，过去那里越来越的接触一些，现在呢，全部都去，全部钱还路就有。
So we should make the offerings, and if we do make the offerings, and then we will gain the material resources. In the morning, we go and work, and in the morning to evening, we go for work, and we get some money from this. And then from this, then we should make offerings, and also we can help to others if we do make offerings from our wages and so forth, and then we will gain more the materials. And I will tell you the story of the lay person called Sheep. Look.
当就记先过，他刚刚写的论文里面，现那样的，不过去这样的，没上几个脑路的冲不去，冲不等的谁我是不去，搞得各个人去了，可能吃了谁个狼先去了，搞不都是来我想都做不了，也不是这个没去这个狼先做过的，就俺这里小，俺都话小狼先选的，咱的保姆不是也小事。也有的叫俺这狼先保姆可以嘛，小狼先小一些炒，然后狼先烧了嘛，只有送拉送，可能有啥也借用，查送炒呢炒什么的吧？俺就么可能当年狼先这个等到也不跟俺说吧，什么呢？俺呢这不接我们呢都用过没？等俺是工作的狼先的天天也借用，他搞的钱的狼先的买把手就买了，那三届的搞的是那俺狼先的买不他搞的结果是，那可能来学说。我是老师，那可能把狼先的了，但俺去几个月，俺去过也没路，叫俺在那没有啥送了的，狼先烧满足我的，这叫我们来家全部可以要嘛。
And in India there was one family, and inside that near to the family, and then there was a well, and that well was full of the precious stones such as gold and silver and other things, and also the father of that family had this one gold this elephant, and wherever he goes, and then that gold and elephant also travels, and then that time the king was Prasnajit, and then Prasnajit wanted to maybe wanted to take that gold the elephant, and then the Prasnajit ordered that man who owned the gold elephant said, you should come to see me, and even if you ride on an elephant, I want to say any bad things. And then the man who owns this gold the elephant went to see the king, and then he was riding on the elephant, gold elephant, and then the king said, why didn't you get off from this back of this elephant, and then he told of him and saying, and then he wanted to take this the elephant, and then elephant returned to where it is where the owner left, and in this way, and then the Prasnajit tried 3 times to get that gold, but the gold elephant traveled wherever the owner used to travel, and then and then he thought maybe if I don't become a monk, and then there is a danger for my life because of this the gold elephant. Then he did become a monk, and when he became a monk, and then near to his in a monastery, and then the gold elephant was also born there, and then he approached the Buddha, and that how should he eliminate and not to come this gold elephant with him, and also also the the owner of the elephant told the elephant that you should not come with me, and saying you should go the way. And then saying this, then the goat, the elephant, they dissolved, or maybe melted into the earth, and the cause of that that this goat, the elephant traveled with him inseparably was not very very tiny. And when we are making offerings, and then we should offer all the possessions that are in the devil realm, and also we should offer all the possessions of the human realm, and also we should offer all the material resources and the possessions that those are in the Nagaland. And since we are living in one of the billion universe, and we do have a right to make this offerings, because we have this we have full right and effect of this the billion 3 billion universe, and also in the guide of Shantideva's guide also said we can make these elaborate offerings.
Chinda lu senge de warna silere ngema warna sila rang sanje chembe go inza sanje nyangelen de sa ne puru de imunda chinda lu mesajina chinda lu ge koran be sana beme tije koran isa sanje pagin ama ni je da koran be boji yo bode la nama ji yo ni je yo ji yo yo mu ji yo me ru yo mesajina me ru de che de yo 다 원하는 목이 좀 목이 좋은데도 좋으니까 봐도 잡아던 거 말이에요. 세야지 목이 좋은데 아니 사게 동계 제가 전에 좋은 거
altogether there were six people in that family, and this and then they were living in Varanasi, and then it said that there will be the family. There will be a famine for the 12 years. So this family had nothing to be eating.
안가도 시리 다 쉬어 거나서나 미세 주고 또 다 사야요 말이 왜 강가로에 내려붙이 예사르지 니에데 시초초로 제고데디 아니 나도 바바 신다로 코레야 로네 코라스저 나로마 개게 자막게마 차 괜히 강마 차지 아 대요 내도 또 덤버 대마 차요데 내 강가로 바 예치네 라바도 차지 내 지우충 공서 배공배랑 요 말이 내 들으시오 단디 저제 세상야 촌나루 더나 매지동 내디 저데 왜 강다 라상제 길롱지 배위요 라제 길롱지 배지 다좀 말이 라제 다좀 샤다리 라제 길롱지 배용서 코로 상로이야 다 길롱지 배용도 공라 로마당라 승용 그렇게 유지 말이 단 레용요데 맞아 매 조그 사고하래 그깔라데 때즈모도 요 말이 대마레 깔라데 네 사비데 좀 시기시그레다 네 깔라데 길롱지 그런상 상코르.
And then all the members of that family decided, and then they were going to be died because of the famine. And then the father of that family went to the treasure, and then he cleaned everything that is in the store, and finally then he obtained the 1-2 handful of the rice. Among that he found rice, and then he thought that he should cook and boil it and then enjoy with his family. And then while he was cooking that the rice in his the house, and from the distance he saw the self-born self-born bhikshu who was apparently the food destroyer, and then he thought himself that there's nothing much to be shared for the 6 people. My proportion of this the rice would be offered to that monk, because that monk is coming to beg. There is no one who can really make offerings to him. So he decided his proportions of the rice will be offered to the monk.
This one. No. And the Koran takes hands on, and the Koran Zandadilla, Amatil Lover. Nakala did that Gilum Pugil Pugi, Chokarjija, and the Koran Nagalay Pugi joy. That Pamani Galit, and Pullo. Pugalay Pugi joy. Pugi Namade Lover, Quay Pugi joy. Yobu the Lover, Yobuge Pugis, Yobu the Lover, Yomuge Pugis. Koran's Kamashin, she will that is unfair use. Metro Jello Sagmes, there you also tell Thursday.
And then the father asked his wife, then now I'm going to offer my proportion of rice to the bhikshu, and what you're going to do with your the proportion of the rice. And the mother decided, or the wife decided that she will make her proportion to make offerings to that monk. So both parents now they decided to make their proportions as an offering to that monk who was coming for begging. And then they asked the son, and the son also agreed that there's no much to be eaten. So he wanted also to offer that his proportion to that monk. And then they asked to their daughter-in-law, and then also she also agreed to make to offer her proportion to that bhikshu. And then also finally they asked to their servant and met a servant, and they too also accepted. They will also make their proportions as an offering to that another bhikshu. So finally all these 6 members of their family then decided to make offerings of that the rice to the monk.
And the Gilon de Goran Supu and Red, this house, how I Nahala Party, Zuchu Temple. Zuchu Temple, Kuzudan, Jujabata, Richard, Devachita, Richard, Tatari, Pudon Disha, Tashin, Shidon from Juvas, and Jesus, Chamuj Gombari.
And then they went. They offered that rice to the monk, and then monk had ate that rice. And when he is eating, has finished eating that rice, and then the monk flew in the sky, and then that they developed immense faith to that the monk, and then now thought that it was not wrong that they made the offerings to that monk, and also they said there's nothing to be regret, and at the the time of death, because they made such the offerings to this monk.
Yes, around Gumba give us our dish, that we saw Jigalon give us our cherry chin, Lansan Orange, Panzu, Lukanga, Zokanga, Norgi Kong, Rutam, Regulata, Kong, and my Liu Muyori, and the day you is that then do this junior to what's the jet, Langa shows. Lomo Korang Mogise to join.
And then they also rejoice in rejoice in the monk, and they finally the treasure was also the field with these the grains and wheats and so forth, and then they enjoyed for themselves eating those things, and also they distributed these grains and rice and so forth to their neighbors, and finally this family removed the famine of that country.
Then no me to the Shita give a church, Gabuche, Chambuche, Yujumabuche. What the rest is that say about Kanakanto, and you want Kangalushini. You want you and do you? Messagini Joy. Now Baba Babache, Baba Choma, Messaya Bachi, Koran Chomache, Pupu to you, Pupu Tini, Pupu, Yobu, Mesan, China, Truth. Take Baba take a Joan, Red, Jimmy, Jebu. Baba take me, Gaba, Tagatala, Kumbatuba, me, do stashing, no, Kong, Kondo, no, Kong. Amade Longe, Labana Kaina. Amadi, they were in a jelly. You and so much. Put the chi. Put on Namani, J. Paracongi, Lerachan, Mijalan Doya, Toshere, Colo Hele Chilea, Zutazona, and Mijaku Kure. How to let him something by Jana Mirage, Chiwa Kavan to do a bit, and Chiwa Chima de Pechi, Sanjay and Jen, Tajum told you, Chiwa Mongolia, Sanjay, Rajan Toso, or the Druson. They part of the Yama taking Devu, J. Paracong, Devu, take a Sarah Mongolia, Kiwachuna.
And then these six these 6 members of that family again reborn as six the members of the family, and then the father became the next life. The father became the father of the next family. They were the same and the continuum of the previous 6 the members, and then as a result of making these. As a result of making the offerings rise to the bhikshu, and the father was able to see the emptying of the houses with the material resources. When if his eyes looks at the emptying of the houses, and then he saw that the whole emptying of the houses were filled with the treasures and so forth, and his mother has some other good qualities, and as a result of making that offerings to that monk, and the son and the daughter-in-law, has also received great results by working for, let's say, 1 handful of rice. If they obtained it, and then they were able to feed for 100 people from that handful of rice. If they do some work for 1 patch on a piece of cloth, and then they were able to offer a cloth for 100 people, and so forth. And they didn't reincarnate for not many times as being in ordinary. So soon they were able to achieve arhat shivya through meeting the Buddha.
Yama Jagala in the Mesari Rikibe, Lumbe Javule Chuba. She went in the Yungu, that Jimbe Javula don't shed. Good at the Yama, I also good by Ida, nobody who to the police, that's a good.
And in India, the ordinary families were richer than even the kings. And Tibet was not that rich. It is that Tibet is full of hungry ghosts.
Yeah, all the Shinda, Sanjay Shajatoba, you Sanjay the Shabu, Nalabe, Shela Pugi is Nyasan Pure. And you won't do it from Sanjay Shishida. Today, you will see Jay Pero, you don't make your way. Sanjay Mama is the Kale and Sa somebody. And Miss the Kale and San Misonga Susi Putumari, Matulin has a Pero Ashuba, and Misonga Kalate Matu, Sonan and show somebody. If you have a no, the Shinzon cancel, Shinzon shows the King and Susi Pia, what they tell me, Shinzon Misho Shepherd, lower the Shinzon cup.
And when the Buddha was in India, and then in the one family, they invited the Buddha for the food for meal, and then the Buddha accepted the invitation at the same time later on, and then the king Prasnachit invited the Buddha for a meal, and then the Buddha said, I can't come to you the palace for a meal because I have already accepted someone else the invitation. And then the Prasnachit said, if they cannot offer the meal for some reasons, would you kindly come to our house and Buddha said, yes, I can come to you in the house for a meal if they cannot afford it. And then the king Prasnajit ordered the people who used to sell these wood woods for using for stoves. And then at that time, the wood sellers stop to sell the wood, and then people cannot make the meal. So the king stopped these people who used to sell the wood for stove and not to sell the wood and trees for anyone else.
And Sani Mizangi, Shinzu Macha, Shin, Chogia Marella, Shin Miraton Chogomari, Yeguchi Severo, and Zeneco Shisha Miraton. Korong Machine Zeneco Shisha. Zeneco Shisha singed Chisu Yuji already, Manzu Tomanu, Yama, Tanda Tumushi, we go Comedula, Zeneco Shisha Chinogo Chomare. Gomuchi, Diego, the Gomu, Yata the Trebuisa, Tazeta. The Rebbe Gonchamuchi, Chada Mesadi, Zenebuisha, Markim, Pushinja, Tawul the Tani, Lomo Corona, the Tomashimu Chavini. Jamala Manil Chan, at the Rebbe Shella, Zulu Sanjin, to be no Majalapu, the Rimpu, Sangi, Nani, Pushabadum, Pushabari. At Yabuke, Tomashibuji Kawan Karin, Zalomu Tagato, Yanku Zenebuisha Tagadus. That the Nimachi told Zorum Wasa, Yabugo de Zoro Majabari. Hello, Mutagato, no Gaset, Senate Tava in Jabari. Shin so much or his Shin in Jomare, and Senatava in San Diego show in Jabari. I ever said, sending you don't know me, Jabu don't travel never try.
And then the family invited the Buddha for a meal for the 7 days, and then they invited the Buddha and they came, and what they used for fuel was that they cut off this Zendin Kushisha, and which was very very rare to find these days. One of the former life of Tomokishi Rinpoche also obtained a piece of the sandalwood called Kushisha, and he said that just a piece of that cost me a lot of money. So anyway, that their family used that sandalwood Kushisha for the cooking the meal for the Buddha and his 5 disciples, and then while they were serving the food for the Buddha and his 5 disciples, and then 500 disciples, and then the smell of that sandalwood Kushisha spread throughout the country, and everyone felt very fragrant. And then the king they sent one of his ministers to find out what how this family was managing to serve to cook food for the Buddha and his 500 disciples. And then the minister said that the king the family was using this sandalwood Kushisha, and then he asked, do you have any more Kushishas and sandalwood Kushisha? And then the family said, we have enough to make the food for the rest of the days. And even if your king want to cremate it, the body, and we have plenty of sandalwood Kushisha to be used for his cremation. And if you make the offerings, and it's not very difficult, just offer and put, and the representatives of body, speech, and mind of Buddha will not accept, will not enjoy these things physically, and later on we can maybe do this set that we can maybe enjoy it. But while we are making the offerings, we shouldn't think that at the moment I'm offering this, but later on I can enjoy it. But with this the intention, then we should make offering. If we do it, then it's another problem of making offerings. We can make the offerings to the spiritual community, and also we can give these things to the beggars. But here in the Western countries, we can hardly find beggars. And in Tibet, there used to be a lot of beggars. In the mornings, in one morning, you can find almost 20 beggars coming for begging, and then some others found too frustrating because of coming all these beggars. They're told the mother told about them, and also in India there are quite a lot of beggars. And if we give one, they want more, and so it's a little bit difficult to handle. But here it was bad that we don't have beggars because we don't have the opportunity to make to accumulate the merit. And to those who have material means, or those who are wealthy, and then they cannot make any offerings, they cannot give these things to others, and they cannot say they are wealthy or not. But inside their mind, they think they have the material means. And to those who have nothing, they say, I don't have nothing, I'm penniless, penniless, penniless. And saying those back or those have nothing, they say that they don't have anything. And there are the three ways of earning the material means, and some they earn the material means, and even if they earn the material means, but they cannot make any offerings, they cannot distribute and contribute to others. And some who can do earn the material means, and then they don't they cheat and deceive others. And some the people who have earned a lot of material means, but they have to use these material means for the sake of the dispute and other the unnecessary causes. And
the Soja, the Peshe the Kabam Shi the Jet, Pimpija the Jet, and the Tadu.
And those who and those who earn the material means without the deceptions, and then those are good compared to other two, but they only distribute the material things to their relatives alone.
They give us a gay amare. And I should see ne. Kunjola Cheba data, Pure, Kanyo Cheba, Gijuji, Chu, Beauty, God or the Senna, what is social society.
And these they are contributing one's things, distributing one's things to the relatives is not really very positive. And there's another wealthy and rich the beings who really also spend and direct and use their the material possessions for making the purifications and accumulating merits.
Yana Cheba Pusanuguri, Yana Tongo Longi Chile, take Jimbabe, Givachim is a Chivachima, and Susan de Longe, Yatachi, Tensions of Yaoyong.
And those who away will make also the offerings, and those we give the practice the generosity, and as a result of doing this, and then the next life will be also very comfortable.
But then the outer of Sonala, Children they go development the Chinese song.
And the Tantra deity in the third, these beings, these beings are seeking for the pleasure and happiness.
Jews the middle. Messona Jine, but the origin of Jivachin the very song, Dugan the Gumare, and the origin the very song.
And the Tantra deity said everyone is seeking wants the happiness, but not any unhappiness.
Mena deva longju mela asun. Ta misugi deva de careers longju member deva yamarese.
And they said that the human beings, the happiness depend on material means. Without material means, and then there will be no comfort and happiness.
Mesu de deva goya de longju shi. Deva longju member deva yamare. Goya kanga deva longju shi. Ta longju de kane yongare sana longju jang de jen de yong shen ni. Longju sing jemba tong de chong de sing jemba tong de chong de chong de sanje chen ge yo de.
And where does this material possessions come from? And it is derived, it came from and practicing the generosity. It is for this reason the Buddha had said giving in the first place.
Yong chen ne tobe tong jembe dam ze do. Sanje Maka Nandi, Parichima Trugana, Tama, Jiva the Suyati, Kangala, never Longju, Jimba Yinza, and Jivaton shows. Kalatina, yes.
And the reason among the 6 in the perfections, Buddha expounded giving or generosity in the first place, and saying that the beings should practice the generosity so that one will obtain the material possessions.
Jimba Yabu Dongi, the Lonju Yonguyori, Chubu Yonguyori, Joshima. Yonguyori, Sutin Masona, Lulu Chigri, Luchu Shat in the Yordan, Lumazu, they can. Lulu Chubu Chiomari, Luchu in the Wish Dior. I did Luju don't shake it in to say Yomari. In the Yori, Yoiza, Sutin Sona, Melichigri, Sutin Mason, Deluchi Tobi Yomari. Jimba Lonju Shimuche. Suri Masumba is that Dendula Macho, look at the Lukun, little chip. Just when Mandul Chicken, Mandul Chin, and Mandul and the Lonju Chambo, the book, DJ Middle Hour of the And if we practice generosity, then we will obtain the plentiful, the material resources. But if we don't observe the moral disciplines, and then we will not achieve the human body. Practicing and giving, but not observing moral discipline, will cause us to reborn as Naga, and they are very wealthy Nagas. There are many Nagas who are very wealthy and rich. So if we want to reborn as wealthy human being, then we must practice giving, as well as we should observe the moral disciplines. 다 진배 농주 다는 중에 나 지우 수준 강과 냐래 주스 제마 야고 동자요는 농주 주야고 용거래 농주의 미대의 용거래 미대로 잖아 해 밀려 말레말 잖아니 베수리 마소나니 밀려 말레마제 로왕엠바 내로 로메 나무스 아니 로왕엠바 더를 용거래 더를 농주 신부 용거래 진배 농주 다는 중에 나 지우 수준 강과 냐래 주스 수준 지고만 매캔데 내를 지고 농주 요래 수준 지우 수준 강과 냐래 주 제정어도 용수 세변의 신세대라는 게 내로를 지는데 농주의 세네 요거 세도고요. 내로를 지는 농주 제우 양재마 동이 제가 인자 세야요 말이. 저는 제정어도 용수 신세대라는 게 농주 도배 당고 진배 당도 수린지로 당년 제가 인스 진배 당의 송사네 수린 송수 송고야. 저는 대래 송.
And the reason that Buddha said and that one should practice more discipline straight after the expounding and giving is because if we give the material means to others, but if we don't observe the more disciplines, and then we will fall into unhappiness migrations with some material resources. Even if we will have some material resources and unhappy, the unfortunate, the material resources there will be exhausted very quickly, and so that we cannot create, use those things for the other causes. And if we achieve by observing more discipline, and then if we reborn as a very less wealthy person by practicing giving, and while enjoying the material resources of being as a human being, we can at the same time, and then we can practice the giving, and then that will also cause us to obtain the human life again, and through that also we can create observe the moral disciplines, and for this reason Buddha explained moral discipline straight after the perfection of giving.
Yeah, so I should tell you Chebe la dindi suma, I got to do with you in Jesus share with you. To say symbols of the Mitzime gets a share with you, thousand more good. You know, she got with the Jumarua. The more is shared in my door. Mitzime gets a share with you, thousand more good. You know, she got with the Jumarua. The more is shared in my door. Jave. Thoughts, Shaba and not Jesus, you don't go and then the sort of watch meditation. She got another body. Shabby and Rashishan. That Jesus, my children who son, Shabby and Larry, never Shabby. Devati Shaya, the Keshishi is near the Rashoimba, Deva Shabu.
And now we go to the limbed the offering to the practice. Now follows the next the limbed practice, which is the compassion of purification. As I have said this morning, there's the purifying our non virtues is very important.
Kanshi Tome Tune Saba is Kanshi is the conduct the Kaba Yu Susula Kujurita. Me Toma Mevani bed called Toma Mevani, the Divasa Shayone, Conjitome, Tuna Savai, Luigi Diva, Magi Diva, Iji Diva, Migo, Iji, Luigi Migo, Magi Migo, Iji Migo Isa, Conjitome, Tuna Savai, Luma Iji Migichi Damus, Luma Isum Migo, Karchesha, you will take them.
And it is like this, according to the text, whatever non-virtues of body, speech, and mind I haven't done from the beginningless time. So what it means is that whatever non-negative actions that I have created through our body, speech, and mind from the beginningless time. And there are three non-virtues of the body, those of killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct.
And
there are 4 non-virtues of the speech, those of speaking lying and committing slander, and idle gossip, and speaking harsh words. And there are 3 non-virtues of the mind, those of covetousness, harmful intent, and wrong views. And it is 3 non-virtues of the body and 4 non-virtues of the speech are the actions or karma, because they are moved by the body and speech. And while the 3 the non-virtues of the mind are not created physically, but through the mind, so it is the part of the action. And take an example of the killing. In order to receive the full the karma or the action of killing, there are 4 the circumstances. First one is the basis. The basis here refers to the beings other than oneself.
So just as in change say
and next is the intention, and intention is also has 2 parts. One is the discrimination, and 2 is the motivation. And the third is now the preparations, literally, it's the preparations or action. And then the fourth, the condition is that finality, literally, but means so completion of the action.
Number 1, je samba joy, je samba nirva. On Jota Jo Tatu Chene, Tatu Zosone, and Sojumo Yunya. Je in Latin, Simjan Imba, Rama Imba Chibor.
And the basis must be the sentient being other than one self.
Rama Imba Ranga said, Nani, Tatu Vina to say Omare. Rama Imba Sinjan.
And the reason it is the basis of sentient being other than oneself is that if one commits suicide, one will not receive the completion of the action, and so it's, the basis should be sentient being other than oneself. And then the intention must have 2, discrimination and motivation. And the motivation must be the thinking on the killing somebody else. And discrimination must be the unmistaken that I must kill the particular the person. And if one has if one has the motivation of killing somebody, one particular person, and then if one waits when it's getting dark and waiting somewhere else, and then let's say the one person's coming, who is not actually a person who wants to kill oneself, who one wants to kill, but thinking and believing that now that person, the right person is coming, and by mistake, if one killing the wrong person, then one's discrimination was wrong. And killing the wrong person by mistake will not receive the actual negative karma of killing. And based on the right and discrimination, and then if one with multiple killing, if one staff onto a person, and then while that person is suffering, and then if one's motivation of killing is the reverse, or means if one now feels regret of the killing him, and if one's develop motivation not killing him, and then finally let's say that person died, but because one's motivation is reversed, so one will not receive the actual killing, actually one not receive the actual karma of killing the person, because one's motivation was reversed. And taking the killing, for instance, the basis of killing must be the sentient being other than oneself, and then one must have the right and the discrimination, and also one must have the motivation of the killing the person continuously until the final the final completion is reached.
That you are the condition so you some your rank channel. Me and Mr. Jose shows Nada, you say to rank channel,
and the preparation or action has various one way of making the preparation of killing someone else is that one is actually preparing, doing or putting the action into killing that person, or this preparation can be applied to that if one gives an order to someone else to kill the person to whom one wants to kill, and then this is also the preparation or action of the killing. And now in the stealing, the object of this stealing must be the things that's not owned by oneself, not given oneself, and then if one steals, and if one steals through the force, saying if you don't give me this, then I will kill you, and by threatening, if one takes others possession, and then this is also stealing. And by receiving the object, if one develops thought of now I obtain it, I own this. Whenever we develop this thought of possessing the things, and at that time then we receive the actual negative karma of the stealing. And the rest of the non-virtues you can know, and there are 5, the immediate retributions, 5 actions of immediate retributions, and these actions are, the most serious than these 10 non-virtuous actions.
Sanje jiden to join you doing the Sanje Seko Sanve, and the Sanje will lotion in the Titsu in the Chichena, Samer. Say I yomar, Sanje said to a yomar.
And while the Buddhas appeared on the earth, and then if with the thought of killing, and then if we hit onto him and throwing the stones and so forth onto the Buddha's body, and then this is the action, one of the action of this immediate retribution. We cannot actually kill the Buddhas because Buddhas have no actual to die, but from our side, we develop this thought of attacking or injuring Buddha. So this is one of these 5 actions. And killing, if we killing the 4 destroyer or arhats, and then this is another action of immediate retribution. And below the Buddha, and then 4 destroyers, someone who is also having good qualities. And if he committing the slanders or dissensions within the spiritual community to those in agreement, and this is also another immediate retribution. And disturbing these 3 types of beings is actions of the immediate retribution is because of from the point of view of the good qualities. Buddhas, for example, they are the fully enlightened beings, and below that, and then it is the 4 destroyers who are more qualities, and then below these 4 destroyers, then it is a spiritual community who have more understanding. And if you commit matricide or kill one's mother, and then this is another action of immediate retribution. And if you commit patricide or killing one's father, and then this is another the action of immediate retribution. It is not our parents, father and mother, who are really very kind to us. And when we say whatever non-virtues of body, speech, and mind I've done from beginner's time, and there's non-virtues of body, speech, and mind, then include let's say within 10 non-virtuous actions, 5 actions of immediate retribution. And next line says, and especially transgressions of my 3 vows, and this the transgressions of and male and female are upasaka and upasakas. Each the upasaka has 5 the precepts to be kept. And then 2 male and female this and each these the Shramanirikas or Manikas have 10 objects, 10 precepts to be observed. And there are actually the 36 the precepts that is directly promised to be kept, and there are another 3 and that is also promised to be kept. So all these the precepts can be included within the 10. And there's another vow. And this Geloma has 12 in the precepts to be kept, plus this the female this in the Siramanirikas vows. And then there are male and female bhikshus and bhikshus. And in the male and the bhikshus have to keep have the 250 the precepts. And the bhikshunis have 364 precepts to be kept. And plus there's another Pratimoksha called Nyene. And those who are Nyene, and those have the 8 precepts to be kept. And all of these vows are the Pratimoksha vows. And there are tremendous benefits of observing these Pratimoksha vows. If one cannot observe these commitments and breaks it, and then there are also great faults. And then follows Bodhisattva vows. There are 18 root the downfalls of the Bodhisattva vows. And there are 46 the secondary downfalls. And the 4 the white the dharmas should be adopted, and there are 4 and the black dharmas should be abandoned. And now next is that the Sikramatra vows. There are 14 root in the downfalls. And there are 19 commitments of the 5 lineage Buddhas. And there are the 8 secondary attentive vows. And there are 8 the uncommon the 8 the commitments of uncommon mother. And there are many other the commitments and place to be observed, and besides this and if we keep these the vows, then it will be receive tremendous benefits. If we don't keep it, then we will receive also great faults. So this is the meaning of the saying, and especially the transgressions of my 3 vows. And the next line says, from my heart I confess each one within a strong regret. And this is that the opponent of destruction. And if we have this opponent of the destruction, is feeling regret, and then at the same time, and then we can we will develop the mind of promise not to repeat the unwholesome actions again.
Did or the Choshin said, Chogaton Yala Dumbaja, never conscious to it.
And the making of the offerings in front of us, in the space before us, is the opponent, the force opponent. And in the beginning of the practice, we took refuge and generated the mind of enlightenment, and those in the practice were the opponent of reliance. And if we have these four opponent powers perfectly, and then even if we have accumulated the great negative actions, and these negative actions can be also purified. And if we committed, let's say, negative actions yesterday and today, so we develop an intention of repeating that in actions and not purifying these regrets and these negative actions with regret. And then if you say that I confess each of these with a strong regret, is then is aligned to the three jewels. And within the strong, with the strong regret, then if you do any of the force of opponents, then it will be very effective. There are various the force of opponents, such as making prostrations and meditating on emptiness, writing and reading the scriptures, and drawing and painting the tankas, and doing all of these 7 practices. And especially if you do recite the mantras of the 4 sets of Tantra, then all this becomes a very powerful practice of the force of opponent. And it is said, the most powerful mantra of purifying our negativities is those of the mantras of the chakra samvara, and those the mantras of the among the other mantras of the chakra samvara and system, and then the root the mantra of chakra samvara is the most powerful method of purifying our negativities. And the mantras of the four jewels. 4 jewels here refers to root mantra, meaning, and the secondary, secondary essence mantra, meaning, and secondary mantra, and essence mantra, and the armor mantras. Of these 4, the jewel mantras, then the root mantra is the most powerful. And so often this the 4 the jewel the mantras, and then this the root mantra is the most unsurpassable one. In this quotation, it explains that by reciting the name of Heruka or Chakra Samvara, and then one is able to purify the negativities very powerfully and speedily.
Nimatabarishi Shadow Shola Divasa. Beg Zemuzi Shula Divaja, Ha Ho Shula Divasa. Gasan Nisaji Tone Divari, Magasaji Tone Divari. Oh, Kaja Chidu Garchune Divakorasa de Gumala, Nidi City, or this is a thousand Majana.
The reason the purification is very important is that when we are the gossiping, we do negative actions. When we are the speaking very gently and so forth, and we also create negative actions. When we meet in our friends, we also commit negative actions. When we meet unattractive beings, and also we commit negative actions. And when we are even playing, and then we also commit negative actions. For this reason, the purification is the most the serious one to be practiced. And that's all then for this. Now follows the limited practice of rejoicing, which begins from the 6th verse. In this degenerating time, you strove for learning and attainment and made your life of pleasures and endowments meaningful by abandoning the 8 worldly dharmas. O protector, in your great and magnificent deeds, we rejoice from the depths of our hearts. In general, we should rejoice to all the wholesome activities of the self and others. And rejoicing is opponent to jealousy, without being admired to someone else once someone else the wholesome activities, if one becomes jealous, and then this is great the unwholesome.
Me ave gyo jewa la be chado ma jewa che gao gun tin biga ya chung song samba gao chung na han suna chibu sabe yo.
And without being jealous, without being jealous of others, the wholesome activities and good qualities, instead, if one admire and appreciate their wholesome actions, and then one will accumulate in a great stock of merit.
Chado singen de gyola da ala la de chuse gangla yin chado chi jiyo ma re. Siki to de mi chi jobo phang song soba jiyo ne chi da juja la jiyo na ko chi chung sung a men do sa. Ko de ma jung choba asama ru tin de chado jen de ba chimbu yo.
Not only that we should develop mind jealousy for the spiritual activities, but also we should not develop this jealousy mind for others worldly the worldly developments. Such for instance, if someone is very rich and many resources, material resources, and then if one develops jealousy and thinking how one is not able to bear his or her good luck and so forth, and then they're thinking that how good it would be if their excellencies be damaged and decreased, and then this is a very negative thought. And stick to this speaking, and then we shouldn't be jealous of others, the wholesome things. Instead, we should be meditating and practice, this appreciation and admiration.
Chebo ke dewa da pemba malu ba me ko ge yin se damje char
Most of us here have already made a promise and a pledge of the leading sentient beings to all sentient beings to the Buddhahood and through the developing the mind of enlightenment already.
Sije tamje me seva dewa da tamje da de chebo sen be sasan da niji da jamba da shira womne 장수 도 심제는 장수의 도마이 개념 말한 수 최야 수수배 수수의 코치게 내가 되지.
And we have our spiritual responsibilities are to develop the great compassion, love, and superior intelligence.
다 랑르베 공부 되어다 된바 동에는 저 제고야 수술에게 해봐지 수술 맞이 오는 그런 소리 되어도서라로 셔나 수술 밀라죠. 수술 되어도 되고 제목이 거는 공부 되어도 되고 좋나 또야 다딩에 제목 보지 그런 소리 되어지니 샤서 로공약 공부약을 쓰도 지어봐.
And also we develop our thought of the removing their inner sufferings and to establish them in a state of happiness. And while we have this thought, even the sentient beings themselves have achieved some the good life and other good things, and then we need to feel happy and joy about their developments.
다 나제 진지 겨울을 지금에 배 퇴상 공송급에 나네 가리 지금 타나시베 간전지에 맞제네 배 겨울을 미거주는 소주 방식이 정해 좋네 다티하고 시라래서 니 타번에 가오지고.
And the beings are listening to teachings and contemplating and meditating on these teachings, and also if they are doing their recitations and also if they are abandoning the killing and other negative actions, then we should feel happy and joy about their practices.
시제 탐제 동에리 제니 산제 사도 그 인스의 수수의 심제 뒤송지 산제 탐제 방부샤니 왜 지금 인스 상하다 장신의 동에렌차.
And we have already taken a bodhisattva and the mantra vows as promising that I will relieve the sentient beings in the suffering and establish the happiness, and through this I will lead the sentient beings to the stage of Buddhahood.
Dula venture Sanje Rubasho, Chansu Duke. Maria Nandagate Madu and Davido, Sinjang in the Lagos, Sinjang in Sanje Salamako, Skeleton. Tasia Korose, Sanje Toyaguru, Chen, Yoju, Chili, Telegram, Humashi, Tado Chedden, Kuni Jevita Dachi.
And they're repeating and saying that to the power of this my merit, and may I able to attain the Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, and also in the saying that sentient beings are not rescued, may rescued, and may I establish sentient beings to the state of nirvana. And but on the other hand, when if we develop the jealousy of the development of sentient beings are the contradictory.
Today is a Sinja Sundachi in Narazu Kalen Jabe, Sabudo, Shilaga, which you can Kalen down Yona, Jela, Jamachi, Roja, Yoni, Lesona, take Gabu, Levaku, Leroja. The Hanaje, Narazu Sinja Sanji, Sanja said, and Jiba, the Bongo Jan came on Williams, Kalen Sarinza, Sinja Sanji Salaku, Yachit, Chivi already. And Koranse Sanji Toya Toji Jeroje, Susu Milar, which one is a Gabu.
And even if we have developed in the mind of enlightenment, if the sentient beings themselves put in a great effort to achieve the enlightenment, and then we should feel happy and joy because sentient beings themselves are working to achieve enlightenment.
Today is a regular G around, Sages around Moyadi, regular G around Mosaja, do not tell it. Chipa York on la G around, Chipa, Johnson Governor Yorish, CG.
And in some verse it says, I rejoice in the wholesome actions of the migrating beings. And in some other ceremonial practice, like we do recite, it says, I rejoice in the wholesome actions of superior beings and migrating beings. And when we say I rejoice in the wholesome actions of the superior beings and migrating beings here refers to ordinary beings. And superior beings here refers to the beings who have achieved superior path, Arya path. And the superior here principally referring to Buddhas. And also includes the Buddha's children or son or daughter who have achieved superior path. And also it includes this the solitary conqueror of a learner and solitary conqueror of non-learner. And also it includes the super hearers of hearers of learner and hearers of non-learner. And also it includes the beings who have not entered into the path and which rejoice in their wholesome activities altogether. There are the five the different beings of performing the wholesome activities. All these five types of beings included within two: superior beings and ordinary beings. And then we are saying that I'm rejoicing in all their wholesome activities. And not only these, but in this degenerating time, there are many beings who strive for learning and attain attainments. And in this the degenerating age, where there are five degenerations, such as degeneration of views and delusions and eons and others. And then while this we are in this degenerate time, there are many beings who strive for learning, and some also seeking for the attainments. And they make your life of leisure endowments meaningful by abandoning 8 Bodhidharmas, 2 interpretations. This means that someone who has already found the 8 leisures and 10 conducive endowments make the life of the human life very meaningful by abandoning 8 Bodhidharmas.
대저지 메르 무치 배던 요가 제네 제가 pension 거지 다 요가 제가 고고를 다들 대저 되지 대배 주 남보다 친구네 고고예서
and those who abandon this those who abandon 8 worldly dharmas and make their life meaningful, this is only done by the pure practitioners of the dharma.
但现在讲呢，这个呗，因为对你这种练呢，这的那呗，对上公送个呗，如果娘的送的看，对这前面要不主要不是这的，差不多对那边嘛，现在那边几天去就用到马当啊，几天去就蹦的呗，甚至那个先不在的呗，先把老呢，但就等于要不讲的，现在也不管了可不的，现在呢也不的上不去，那差不多这样过去了，现在不就几岁了，我是的。一旦你进入过出门呢，如果这个人家嘛都把给时间的都不现在吧，代表都不现在吧，不是现在吧？我叫我们多个讲了，头讲的如果这个，搞点营业的嘛，大别香港，那我拿出来去，留到少了没到上啊，都去贴吧当，啊那什么我们到的这个上去点么什么没吧，上去全部拿些个嘛大别香港，可把一时的白个头讲，当前再把拿些个。我觉得大家谈的起码这个要的，但这个这个老不起的上去个有人在不的，实际上也不起来上的都是劳工不是。
And there are many the beings who who make their life human life of lashes, 8 lashes and 10 continuous endowments are very meaningful through the learning and through the attainments and so. We should make we should admire for the practices, and also some beings are not allowed to be influenced by the 8 worldly dharmas, 8 worldly concerns, and for those we should also feel the admiration, and we should feel happy about the practices, and especially we should rejoice in the great magnificent deeds of the protector Tsongkhapa, and we should rejoice in the wholesome activities of Tsongkhapa all the way from when he made a promise in front of the Buddha Ombedo, and the thing that just as Tsongkhapa made a promise to help the sentient beings in the teaching time and and to spread and to maintain the secret mantra teachings and middle way view in a similar way that all these the predictions and promise will come into true. So for this the magnificent deeds of you in Tsongkhapa, such as spreading the teachings on the secret mantra and the middle way view throughout the world, and then I rejoice you from the depths of my heart.
샤신지 공부도 산제 전에도 공부 나에 땡 첸도 공부도 수직이 레마토가 치지 셰루상 치지 레지상 셰루를 예 지기요 gelung su ne ta zang ze gelung be ta she ko ne be de ba ma do be shi ji ta ba me ne cha len zu de dan di sha re se ya ge ta ma de nong de.
And the first line, that when I say in this general term, the who beings who stop for learning and attainments, and then they make the life of the lesson entirely meaningful. This is a general explanation. But in the first line here, many should refer to Jetsongkhapa and saying in this general term, you stop, as we have it is in the translation, you stop for learning and attainment. And it was in quite a general time when Jetsongkhapa was appeared in Tibet, and even there were many the scholars and the meditators. They couldn't really, they go into the deep in the subject matters of Buddha's teachings, and that allowed them to understand and practice and the 4 sets of Tantra. Even those meditators and scholars do not understand the precise meaning of perfection vehicle, such as Paramita Yana, and it was Jetsongkhapa who illuminated and the entire the teachings on the perfection vehicle of Paramita, and also at that time when Jetsongkhapa was in Tibet, and there were monks and nuns who wear the robes, but who cannot enumerate their vows and just wearing the robes. But it was Jetsongkhapa who also illuminated and the vows of the Pratimoksha vows, and also they were at that time. There were many beings who were taking the authentic vows, but those even didn't know the list of the 14 root downfalls, and it was Jetsongkhapa again who illuminated this secret mantra, the teachings. So in this the verse that I have recited says that you Jetsongkhapa had then illuminate the teachings of both the perfection vehicle and the mental vehicle.
Well, I need to check Koyagi. Sugar Naja and this is a good one. They'll not send the level which away. Not send Kari, level Kari, Shingyo.
And when Jetsongkhapa, before Jetsongkhapa appeared, and then beings who were in the robes and don't know what there are many patches on the yellow robe. They don't know what are these symbols, and there are 2 different patches too, and they don't know what is the other patch and so on. And also they didn't know the symbols of 3 in the yellow robes, and at that time there wasn't any this upper garment of the monks. It was Jetsongkhapa who invented this dunga.
Yes, singing medu. Yamma has it also. Came so down with the dunga said song. Dunga said carry all the monks song you this. Dunga you party of the mean to show. Long which mean the rich and duty to you. Dunga was using. They never have to do it. Madune, the near poverty children. The Longish church. That is going with a Longish Amjoch, Longa with the conversation. Then here the Longish Baba Longish, Demo, somebody, the Demo, Maribor, the church, Susan Adabe, Master. Then some of them don't be checked out, the Dana Public. Demo Maribor said, Demo Longu, the Angoba Quando, Bawash in the Quando Sunday or is. Chochi is some. I used to know the Sana, 2 this is the Shama Juzuni, Jerusalem, Namdo, pure Esa, Yavaji Zot, a few shows, Amaji Jet. Amaji came, Mashamba Jerusalem, the nation to pay on the Chila, pure Esa. And Jerusalem is who shows that the Lamushita, Lusun, 2 new journalists, could Namdo, I do it, then we are like with this. Mison, to where you said it is a Pambo Lambogans, me or to the Lambos Mida. Pusa Lombateri. 제자 드레지레디 다들 성이 어디라 샹고 제지 지부소상 네 동가데 인조 강가로 거신바데 제루시 가진세 다 기도가 가진세 다네 주시하고는 기도가 세고 제루시 가진세 강가로 거신 다 때를 고진자 제부지 수주에서 왜 제레 뭔지도 강가로 거신이 요래 그러면 미쳐다도 내려 마파이 제레수 모사를 그래 지금 제세 뭔가 요래데 아다리면 동가데 드레스 포인 버렸어 당연하죠. 그제도와 건축으로 그제는 이 말이 강요. 그제도와 건축으로 이제 이제는 저거요 말에. 그러나 여름시 그제도가 지금도 와. 레스부 자스도. 레스부 자 주네. 레스하면 메자 주도. 제가 말아서 야 세부 건축. 저거래. 마음 건축. 만도서 주도래. 주도 이제 그 시간이 주도래. 세부 민도 와. 공원 지역에는 세부 찾아도 자살되는 저들 때는 신고를 이제 들랑도 개원 같이 그래. 나로지 여름시에 송이 내 현도 당세 다치 티지게 뭐야게 팀한테서 요지 요케요 강나도 이샤요 송도. 나 고젠도가 그러면 말아서 내가 롱주치마도 요말이 고젠도가 그 롱의 야고 개면도 응에 막은 숨어리. 손상 나서를 제가 별거 매트 다 롱니에 양이 지도요 파지바공 초 재미있어 알아서 갖고 키면 줘요 야가리 가리 수치는 야가 가리치 야가가 누구에 동요래 미 따동에 나고 야가가 미 따동에 뭐요래 그래서 왜 직수다 터네 만나고 이제 되래 레디네 무슨 배다 가리치 모습으로 용 두사도산에 요새 사차 야가가 돼버려 타나시비 야가 추통 동안 아주 야가 신년 미라도 배대요 가리치 모습으로 되게 좋은 현상 되래 다 야가 사토를 되네 추통 신배대가 되게 요 말에 저거 나지 루고 요래 제가 나오는 와도 터요 말 거기 인사 지로 되게 요래
and there was two interpretations of this Dhamma, and it is said by one ex-abbot that depending on how we wear this Dhamma upper garment, and it looks like the elephant, this the color of this the side of this Dhamma looks like the elephant with the tusk. With the trunk, with the trunk and small eyes, and it is said the elephant symbolizes the ignorance, and now it is said that this the elephant, the elephant is weird. Elephant, this Dhamma is worn in the shape of this elephant, in the having peeled the skin of the elephant, in order to symbolize the gaining the wisdom of an understanding the emptiness. So this is one interpretation of this the Dhamma, which looks like the elephant shape. And there is another historical statement of this Dhamma. One person tried to offer this Dhamma to Tsongkhapa as an inauspicious sign, and then that man passed this Dhamma to another family, and then the family lives in the Pampo, in Pampo, and then that family then offered that Dhamma to the Tsongkhapa, and Tsongkhapa wanted, and then Tsongkhapa said, "This Dhamma looks magnificent, and then it's called Pampo. Then in the name of that, the town is called Pampo. Lempo. And Lempo is very nice and nice looking, so it's called Pampo is named the town, and Lempo is the name of that family. So Pampo Lempo, and this is still existing in Tibet. And since then, all the monks and wear this this Dhamma, but strictly speaking, it is maybe from the point of view of religious system, it is Gelugpas through whose kindness then this the Dhamma is able to available for monks and nuns. But these days, some some the people wear this the Dengka with the brocade, very magnificent brocades, and it is not not very difficult to wear Dengka with the brocade, and but we Tibetans are refugees, we are begging for, so it doesn't look very nice wearing a brocade, the Dengka on it, and His Holiness Dalai Lama said in Missouri, he have in this old brocade Dengka, very fancy cloth in his trunk, but it doesn't look nice. We Tibetan monks and nuns wear it because we are asking for the others to help, and also we are refugee, and so he said it doesn't look very nice. So Dalai Lama can, if he wants to wear, he has this brocade Dengka, but he doesn't wear it because of the reasons that were mentioned, and there are various Dengkas, and there's some wear this yellow Dengka. This is in accordance with human tentacles, which the Sarahs wear, like his son is wearing that, and also the red one is the wearing red patch is worn by in accordance with the human tentacles, which I and Kuncho's system wear it, but I don't wear the red patch one. So anyway, in India, the Muslim monks do not wear this brocade, the Dengka, because they feel they are refugees, and so that they don't wear it, and also Indian government is very kind for the Tibetans, because even they hired land to live, and so they offer all the food supplies to the Tibetans, and sometimes also Indians are treated quite badly when they look at the Tibetans. They stare at the Tibetans, but as a whole, and then the Indian people and government are quite kind to the Tibetans. So there are the two the symbols of wearing this Dengka upper garment of the ordained nuns. First, the symbol of this Dengka is that it has the shape of a head of this elephant. So then one has eliminated this. One is trying to eliminate this ignorance of darkness by means of wisdom of understanding the emptiness, having peeled the skin of the elephant, like this ignorance. And another interpretation of this symbol is that when one is wearing this Dengka in the morning, and then one should think that one is under the mouth and the trunk of the Lord of Death, and then to be mindful of death and impermanence. And when the Tsongkhapa was in Tibet, and then he mastered all the 3 sets of basket, particularly the Vinaya or the disciplines, and also he mastered in the secret mantra and the teachings, and at that time the learned one another learned one was Putin Tamche Chempa, and then he was also even if he was very wise, and he was not sure about the 15 root downfall of the 14 root downfalls, which meant. He thought it can't be the rejecting the mind, the conventional mind of enlightenment, because it is already listed in the before. So he thought maybe it is just not releasing the seminal semen, but he said in his work you should also find out what this 50 root downfall is. But he left as a vague, so he was even unable to make a decision of what this 50 root downfall is.
That year she take up the job of Java, the long that he will tell a problem. Janshi Sendo, Sijin, the Muni, Sijin, Miba, Chita, Chita, Cheverja, and several songs. The Hanajan Buddha, which is Somunala, Tama Java, Java Chisuya, Kong, but the Jeruchi, Java, Java, Jan, Ta Java. The name is such a like a rinchi or Kaju like a rinchi or Kaju another cousin of the shade, I guess so good to Mamadi. So good to be channel, Chimbu already, not Churu. Time Dojang Gumba Yimba, Jaga Pave, Toshangi Gumba Yimba, and Share Mato. Berg Mama Ranzuchi, J. Jabu Matoba. Berg Mama read the channel, Chimbu, so which one you are. And Jerusalem Taji Bay, Java Shades and Nine, Mogulu, you said not it. I said, Mogulu, you said so. Goma Yimba, the Jew, Goma Yimba, Kemba, Kenzante, and Chabinala, Rianse, Son Yore, Sabato, Naruchu, Iji Sonzi goes, Sevo Sone, Kunta Jeva Lamason, Kiani, Kaju Mamali, and Nanyo. Someone of it, that met John, that Rana Shen Mansaya, Teneza, Jerusalem Zebadi, then what Chili Pam. The Canadian, she wishes on my image. The shaking tower, Sanjay Mojan, tell us how not you may end of Jiggy, the Vajachi will know Yori. Labor to do it, and what the Tanzania, the Sustabe, do it. That Jerusalem got in gay, Geno Dojin Simba. The Chugan also couldn't know the supper of Yoyati, Jerusalem got in. There is that do not allow you once the Rishan chose came to do. That in a Yimbari, and Jeremy Chamber Garden, Dodama, Ninja with them by the Mashawata Tarani. Girl of a temple, man with the number of which them by the Mashawata, Zayo. They are in the choose your bung with danger to use Jeremy Chicham with Chunum Cordine, Jiden Chuja on the Mason, choose your bung with not something Michelle is Zayo. Danger to use Zayo. And Deda Vicharan Gilabshan Zebon, Java Omoto, Germany, Kelly, and the Pena, Madavishin, Hatsunalibe, Luton Solo Matavashin, Samo Ometawata. The Salari money, no much it was only get them by the Madavishin, Kawaii, Beju, Tuja, Tanjala, which in Zeban, Hashangi, the Regan Zeri, the Negapea, the Sanjelis, and Harvard, which you get Zevanata Jachin, which you know, some Gavuchan, tell the Jisi, Ramon. And the Tsongkhapa appeared on this earth, even the living the Buddha, and Tsongkhapa was very kind to all other the religious systems of Tibetan Buddhism, such as Kyabje and Sakya and so forth. For instance, when Tsongkhapa was in Tibet, and then the people were not sure whether the practices of 9 mixings were actually made by the Tibetans or where they come from the Buddha's teaching, and some couldn't discover whether that practices of 9 mixings were created by Tibetans or it came from actually from the Buddha. And some Tibetans said whether it is from Buddha or it is made by the Tibetans, but the practices of 9 mixings is very beneficial and very helpful for the practitioners. And then when Tsongkhapa appeared
in Tibet, and then he found this 9 practices of 9 mixings, for instance, were appeared in the 6 practices of Naropa, and also he discovered that Nagarjuna had also explained this practice of 9 mixings, and so Tsongkhapa discovered that this practice of 9 mixings were also taught by the Buddha, and realizing all this, then the Buddha Tsongkhapa stated that the practices of the 9 mixings indicates the clear lamp of the stages of the path. So through this, and then Tsongkhapa had illuminated the Buddha's the doctrines of Buddha's teachings on the Sutra and also the Tantra, and then we should next to go back to the text, and then through understanding this Tsongkhapa's learning and attainment, and then we should say that Tsongkhapa made your life of leisures and enjoyment meaningful by abandoning the 8 worldly concerns. And then we should think that how Tsongkhapa had performed the magnificent deeds all the way from when he was was a Bodhisattva at the time of the Buddha in Onbeto, just as in the one of former life, which is somehow made a promise in front of this Buddha that he will promote Buddha's secret mantra teaching and the midway, and as he had made a promise, and then Tsongkhapa actually promoted Buddha's entire teachings, and recalling all these his activities, and then we should say that we rejoice in your the life and deeds from the depths of our hearts. And this abandoning 8 worldly dharmas, 8 worldly concerns, it is easy to say that abandon the 8 worldly dharmas and make your life meaningful, but to put it in practice, it is quite difficult. And it is these 8 worldly dharmas are very difficult to be abandoned, even the geishas and the lamas also find it difficult to practice to abandon the 8 worldly dharmas, such as to feeling unhappy, the pleasures, feeling happy when one is being praised, and feeling sad if someone is blame, and feeling happy if one finds happiness, feeling unhappy if one meets misery, feeling happy if one is if one has good reputation, and feeling unhappy if one has bad reputation, and feeling happy if one obtains material resources, and feeling unhappy if one lacks material resources.
사자 벤드다 공가지세 아니베 도신 침묵 벤드다 침묵 시부지와 공자나 공업이 올라되네쇼.
And Sakya Pandita Kunga Jansen, who was a very highly respected scholar, was invited to as the spiritual guide of the Chinese emperor, and Sakya Pandita was invited by a Chinese emperor as his guru.
혼자 지내시에 도바 유주마리 메삼지 메셔버리 주제 론용 세컨 인지려와디 이나 페어버 페네 제번 제나던 제든 제번 틀레 섬지 메셔버야 호나요. 야페 잔존데 제베 레지게 텔레 차도체 제베 하나 제나 고만 보고 미라 먼저 제게 레도도로 세니 좀 주변을.
And then the Sakya Pandita didn't have any worldly the feelings, And then the Shakya Pandita returned from China to Tibet. There was another Tibetan teacher called Jinde Rava, and he sarcastically said, "You are now the Chinese emperor," and wrote one the kind of poetry. And then Sakya Pandita also replied to his his writings, and in his elegant sayings, Sakya also Pandita had to write that it is like if one does not have learnings, and if one does not have learning, like someone who does not have the hand, someone who does not have hand, tied to the climb on the mountain, cannot reach the top of the mountain. And saying this sort of things, then he had to reply to the writings of another teacher, and then that other teacher also was not happy that he was the Sakya Pandita was invited to China by Chinese emperor. If he would have invited, and also that other teacher would have accept the invitation. And it says that you are the one, the other teacher said to Sakya Pandita, you are the one who is appointed by the space, the sky, like in the Chinese emperor, because at that time Chinese emperor was very powerful, so he was the highest of all, like in the sky. So the other teacher said, you are appointed by the sky, like the Chinese emperor. Because the Buddha Dharma flourished very widely in Tibet, and then in Chinese emperors invited the Tibetan the teachers to be their spiritual guides. And also the Chinese emperor invited the Tsongkhapa to visit China to be their their spiritual guide. Tsongkhapa didn't go to China. Very skillfully and wisely, Tsongkhapa said, I couldn't come to China, writing a letter with a scarf, with a white scarf, and then he said I couldn't come, and then finally Tsongkhapa didn't pay a visit to China. And all these the details explained in the great the biography of Tsongkhapa. Look at it. And again, if somebody came from China to invite Tsongkhapa to China, and then this the messenger who came to invite Tsongkhapa was a very important the person of the Chinese emperor, who was maybe the prince of maybe the Chinese emperor, who had also many queens.
왕全部是王死的人，我听得起去，俺们电力学个培养过，
And together with that,
电力学学送。
another Chinese, the king named Wang.
这上这用的，俺这不去培养送土个药嘛的，没那边电力学不的，可是现在。
If he did that Chinese name to the Wang and so forth, visited Tibet to invite Tsongkhapa, and Tsongkhapa cannot refuse it.
Yerumochi de sere chuding le jour, sere gombe da gon de tito, sere gombe de ding chi gon la, sakanta na yor o de jogu yor.
And at that time, Tsongkhapa was living in a Sera Chuding, which is still in the exist above in the Sera monastery.
Sere gombe yor ma de.
At that time, the Sera monastery itself is yet to be established.
And the showing jogi or in Bada Jeruchi in Yamachila and Shavitula, not a Shichil and Gui, Johnson, Naturally Mayuson. The Vachang Sutan and Mayuson. Shavitza, the Vaya Mayuson. Tena was Jeruchi Chudo paper, laugh.
And then the Tsongkhapa and certain two, the assistants, and if anyone comes to see me tomorrow, you should not allow them to see me, and also you yourself should not come nearer to me. And on that night, the Tsongkhapa escaped from that area and was lost.
The Regile Peggy soon Janani Pengumare, young Gomem. Then they should make the Shaker what they ordered set a doing with stuff. Suji the Mashabache, send out for the Peru last.
Tsongkhapa didn't mention where he was going to visit, because if he had named where he was going to visit, then his assistants would tell to the messengers sent by Chinese emperor, and then they will chase him.
And the Joe Shajume, Jermuchi Jume, La, Shashi Shayame. Did it a penny corongata, then they should never some Lotar with the church, Garjan, and then they should Matubache. That Mapeneta, then they should Uzu Chejumindu, then they should go Mare, Sankora, somebody with Ba, and then they should use somebody with the body lower body, and the Gene turn paper.
And then the Chinese the messengers they came, and they find out that Tsongkhapa was not there. And they were not sure where Tsongkhapa went, and then they thought now Tsongkhapa has no intention to visit China, and then they give up the hope of inviting the Tsongkhapa, and when they gave up, the thought of they gave up hope of inviting Tsongkhapa, and then Tsongkhapa returned to that same place.
Tata Josa Chuding Tene, really as a Rizuji Jelu de. And
from Cheding, Tsongkhapa escaped to Rakatak, which is around that area, and Tsongkhapa stayed there.
And then she did two Shematin and Loyal Jonet. Chodu Netere, James Gone, Chodu Bodu, and Yadaro Deneшу, and Judea Bujiting Tionja, Shelapu, and we ordered with the Puna, and told Niju Padaja, or that you can go on Miss Bessibe Javaluja. Chivan Nasan, Chivan never the Kalateva Najing, Karapushan, Shematin and Lord Evajamado. And if the Chinese emperor invited the other the lamas, and then they would be so happy to go to China as a guest of the Chinese emperor, even they would maybe sleep at night time because of pleasures, such invitations. However, Tsongkhapa, didn't have any kind of the worldly concerns and feelings, and it didn't accept the invitation made by the Chinese emperor. And when the Chinese emperor's messengers arrived around that area, and the Tsongkhapa escaped from the Sera Cheding, and then
he hid in a cave where there was nobody. And so Tsongkhapa, this shows that Tsongkhapa didn't had any eight-worldly concerns. Not only that when he was adult that he didn't have any eight-worldly concerns, but even when he was very young, he didn't have any worldly feelings. When the people came to make him offerings when he was young, and then Tsongkhapa taught all this now the deception. For me, Tsongkhapa felt and the offerings and presents were as if that someone offers or serves tea and food for a person who has jaundice, and the person who has jaundice and bile, and if someone gives the food, then that person will develop nausea. In a similar way, Tsongkhapa developed disillusionment with all the samsara marvelous. Through this, we can also understand Tsongkhapa didn't have any worldly feelings. And they're thinking that at this degenerate time, the Tsongkhapa strove for learnings and studying, and for he had to strove great effort for his spiritual attainments, and think that Tsongkhapa made his life of human life very meaningful by abandoning eight-worldly dharmas. And for us, that abandoning eight-worldly dharma is great realizations. But for Tsongkhapa, it was not a great realization, because even when he was very young, he was able to abandon this eight-worldly dharmas. So we should think that Tsongkhapa had abandoned this eight-worldly dharmas even when he was young. And then also we should realize that Tsongkhapa's magnificent deeds of promoting and maintaining the Buddha Dharma, the teachings of Sutra and Tantra throughout the world, and then we should remember all this. Then we should rejoice from the depths of our heart.
Cheba Pura Goda in Chola Trube, Chola Juduce, Rantame by Judu Goma, the other concentration to you, Karcheni Shori, Chumuko Kutura, Chumukuro Nashu, Gisalama Damacha, Naji Chubukala, Chinzitin, the Samadis and Zamala, Saji Shava, all the Sus, Gisalama Damacha number, Chena Cheese, Chena Suji.
And if we next is now the limited practices of requesting to give to expound the teachings or dharma. And when we are doing these 7 limited practices, and if we have generate ourselves as the deity, let's say Yamataka, then when we make offerings, we should make emanate offering goddesses from our heart. And when we are requesting him to remain for a long time, and then we should offer that this double cross, the watchers and so on. But if we are not generate ourselves as a deity, then we should go straight forward, as we have mentioned yesterday. So now what follows is now this requesting to turn the wheel of Dharma, which begins from the 7th verse. venerable and holy spiritual guides. And then and from the blowing the clouds of your love and wisdom in the sky of the truth body, I request you let fall the events of profound and extensive teachings in accordance with the needs of those to be subdued. So we should then request to the venerable and spiritual guides to bestow the teachings in accordance with the inclination and the needs of those to be subdued, the followers or disciples. And then we should make request to the venerable and spiritual guides to follow the reins of profound and extensive teaching. If you talk about this profound and extensive teachings from the point of view of common sense, then we are requesting to give the profound view of emptiness and extensive the teachings on the mind of enlightenment. And if you talk more profound in terms of secret mantra, lower secret mantra, then we should request to give the profound teachings of the emptiness and extensive energy and the wheel of Dharma. The wheel of Dharma. And if we are requesting if we request to give the profound and extensive teachings from the point of view of the highest yoga tantra, and those who are those who are ready to practice it, and then we should request them to give the profound teachings on clear light and extensive teachings on illusory body. And after this, then it follows this in general. It follows the requesting to not to pass away, not to enter parinirvana, but some don't recite this request not to pass away because it already said in the second line and the second line. But most of the Gelugpas and they insert another version of not to pass away, which they are viewing the verses, and it is said it was written by Pujo in the Champa, but some others don't recite this version because passing of the course of not request not to pass away is already said in the second verse.
That Nada says, no, Nada says, she was another who says, the Lamegalam, the Tunju said. There was so much Rimashiva Tunju said. Riva Sima was said, P said. Nada who says, Rimashiva Tunju said, Miri Monier, there is another who said. Nada who said, English who said, here, Tunju said, Monier. Pachemala Nadulam ni Tunji, Nadulan Tele, Jeto, Leajimba Budu, and Julius College, Nada is in the Jimba, Sonju Kola, Julius Teta, Teajim, Julius Teta, Neji Pamba, Pangwaji Budi, Sonju Kuri, Panga Sonju Siri. Yanju Julius take a Tobani number Paja, and Toba Sonju Nio, Kanda even Sonju, Toba Sonju. Toba Sonju go to Jun Cheju Meba, Melo Sonju Gong Yoguri, Melo Sonju, Son Yadu Chang Kuri. Tell her the Yangan Daya Yomari, Juni, when Naka said on the Matochi, Yangan Daya Yomari. There is another you say in the Jimbai, Sonju Kola, Chalom, my auntie, Sonju Kote, Remojibe Sonju Kote, and Doji Champola Rebo Inza, Kola, Su Chaya, the Panon, where the Chichi Yomari, Chano Yomari, Chano Memayo. Sonju ko chano naya tamay nang sukura bani chukura bani sukura bani chibare sita bata tamay tanga sonju ko nga tu jaya yo mare longkure be tanda be sanji naka kong ju yo tanga zu mi ki je tu yo mare julu nye ke chi ma tu ki je tu yo mare te re za nga ran su jaya tela ane be nga zu mi ki je tu ya chuku zuku chuku 주고대 초고 주고야 하나서 이제 가고요. 나도 한다면 사실은 주고 교신이 있다고. 야나 에 나라서 레도 다른 손은 초고 주고 샤지 도와를 이제 그래. 단다 대행제 도고요 말이. 단다 라라베 산지고 주고 치 소매게 남만도 때문에 교신이 어디네 제비요. 어디다 비 주고치 가리나 가서 니월 되어면 뭐 냐벨입니다.
Now the meaning of the verse that we are going to, if we want to insert after the requesting to return the will of Dharma, is that from this fifth meaning clear light, which is the fourth stage of the 5 inner stages. And then that practitioner achieves the abandonment of the delusions, and then that person was received this meaning clear light. We attain this illusory body, and then through this illusory body, and then that person again achieve the union body, which is called union of body needing learning, and then this union of body will not disappear completely, but this union body will then dissolved into the union body of normal learning, and saying that we beginners, and we are new to these realizations, cannot perceive that union body of normal learning, but you have this enjoyment body, and this enjoyment cannot be perceived only by the superior bodhisattvas, but the enjoyment body can then manifest the form body, rupakaya, and such as emanation body, and not all emanation cannot be perceived in awareness and things, that such as supreme emanation body. Supreme emanation body cannot be seen by everyone. So please, please manifest another emanation body which is suitable to our mind, and then we are requesting to this, the emanation body, then not to pass away.
Jesse Malang Gangelo, Nane, Tanshin Zebel, Malang, Sonsa Giza, Chibadi, 更加突然间被切到光松，讲究什么这个莫浪节的莫啥教你要，莫啥教你，他排起都得排不起的送回去的，讲究什么莫浪得呀的呗，他也不是就送不要的，但人家要呗，你要当，没事呗，当家的，没这个莫浪，今年现在的，但这把俺把没有被确认送的。爸爸今日这个头钱用的，实际上他就上去上来过，这个才能买上去几个，实际上上去上过，马上我等俺上去个没时间的，讲究什么点个都跟这个要的。
And next is now dedication, and there are many ways of dedicating and developing the wishing prayers. There are 1,200,000 ways of dedicating and developing wishing prayers. And take an example of how Avalokiteshvara dedicates and develops a wishing prayer. And Avalokiteshvara said that until I lead all sentient beings true in the Buddhahood, then I will remain as the Bodhisattva, being as the Bodhisattvas, and then in the Avalokiteshvara, in the benefit and help in others.
상제 선은 신제 타제 상제 선 고여선 당하라서 되신 신제 되
And another way of generating mind of enlightenment is generating the mind of enlightenment like king. He needs that first I myself attain enlightenment, and then I will lead the all sentient beings in the true Buddhahood. So this way of generating mind is like that of king.
제부 생긴 되게 버려버 잡스 봐. 좀 소원도 rāngi jēgō dēyā tā jēgō bē āngā tā dēmā chē, ān jēgō bē māngmē sēsē jēgō chē dē dēwā lē kō jōnggō rē tāng dēwā nā yē rē. jērē sē kē sēngyē sē tā, jērē sē jīgō sē kō mā rē, chūsū tā bē sēngyē sē kē rē. chūsū tā bē sēngyē kē, ān chū sū rū kēng kē, ān rā lō bā shū kā rē jī sū rū kē nē, ngē lē bā tē, nē rō nē, tsā kā yō sē bā tē, chū tsā kā yō sē bā kē, ān yā chē sē yō gā lō rē tū chē dē wā rē. dēwā nā yē 세제 탐제 상제 살래고 아니 제네랑 상제 살로 초 세제 자가 요사도 상거를 들어오는 로고데라가 청샤사 초 세제 주바 할 바도 파빌레 사서는 수반 로그리 될 choos다 세제스.
And the way the outlooks to generate mind of enlightenment is called the shepherd, like the mind of generating mind of enlightenment. The Buddha Avalokiteshvara dedicated and generates mind of enlightenment. First I will lead all sentient beings to Buddha, then I myself will become the Buddha. It is like shepherd who first the herds the sheep and dogs on the mountain, and then he himself goes behind the sheep, and also if there is bridge and other these dangers part. First he sends his flocks of sheep, and then he is coming behind the flocks of the sheep.
Never done since yesterday. Never be true on the truth on the true on the shoe, never Kyabje Zong Rinpoche, true on the Perinandi level. There are nine since Tamja Rambe, Chanshu, which you have a Yandu jet. The Lamalo, Sanyadu Jes, some serious. Since you to the Sherry.
And there's another mind of enlightenment, which is like a boatman. If the boatman is taking the passengers to the other side of the shore, and the boatman wants himself also to want to cross the sea as well as his friends to be the other side of the shore at the same time.
Choose the Sinja, the Chanchu Sinti, the Java, the government, Sinja didn't do this. Sinja Tanju Sanja Sasso, Ransanja, where Pegama, government was it. Trajas had the Sino Davan on Hill.
And one in the Lama said there is no the point of generating the mind of enlightenment like the shepherd. Having that all sentient beings to Buddha was the point of oneself. Becoming Buddha, for the benefit of others. Just as if the shape, the hair, and then what's the and just as what's the point of the calculating what the day is good to shape, hand shape the hair. No. Do you understand that expression? Because some the people they find out which day is good to shape, and then having shaped before they shape they don't check it, and then having shaped his hair, then they check which day is good. It's too late to check which day is good because already shaped. You see the point? In a similar way, having led all sentient beings to Buddhahood, what's the point of becoming Buddha? Because all sentient beings are already led to the stage of Buddhahood. Just as just as having shaped in the hair, what's the point of finding out the proper dates of shaving? Do you understand it? Why are you laughing? You don't check the dates, which day is good for shaving? And Tsongkhapa said it is incorrect to refute this the way of generating the mind of enlightenment, even it is impossible, to be attained. But because Bodhisattvas are great in compassion, so they have that strength of mind of dedicating and generating the mind of enlightenment, and even if the Avalokiteshvara makes the path that he should be the last one of becoming Buddha, he will be practically he will achieve the enlightenment before the last sentient being becomes the Buddha. But the reason Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara makes and dedicate that first he should become Buddha after leading all sentient beings to Buddhahood because of the strength of his the mind for for the sentient beings. For this reason, it is not advisable to refute and to negate this way of generating enlightenment. And there is a text known as the Guide to the Bodhisattva Deeds, and it has the 10 chapters, and the 10th chapter is about the wishing prayer. And when Shantideva was speaking about this Guide to the Bodhisattva Deeds, and then he flew in the sky, and the rest of the teachings of this guide was spoken from the sky, and then finally Shantideva was disappeared, and there was some people said Shantideva was still Shantideva arrived after he had spoken this guide.
Pongtaba Sabarbuche, Yanshunche, Akaba Yede.
And even if the Shantideva was the great the practitioner and great scholar, but the people didn't know that he was such a great practitioner and very learned.
And who came out with that Zibu and Dashabazan, Manama is a Google Shigi, Nyung the Judge. There was a Kava Shadaya, Zibu. How could one live a sensation in the people? They really lose. Gabu.
And then the monks that didn't like the Shantideva because other monks were very learned one, and the Shantideva was so humble. And then the monks said we should really expel Shantideva from our monastery. Is a disgrace for us.
And Bubadeva should be silent, Tosu Shen Julia, and it is Mr. Tosu Shen Bubaya Marisure. Tell a Kora Ramin Ratabsio, we will call a period.
And then they said it is not. Because he's humble, so the monks they said we should make something which he naturally had to leave the monastery.
Caricibus, Corazu Jewish and Damazon do the rituals. Nimarilla made it and do it and dojo. Near social vessels of the chicken noble, Mandoch in the wheels. And yet remember those. The mother Michos. Then you might couldn't do again, couldn't do Amavas. Couldn't you don't Saju? Just only a somewhat like Iomalis.
And then they said now, then they had meetings how they should expel the Shantideva from the monastery. So in that monastery there was a system of rotating to recite the Sutra. So they said now we should to ask him to have to take over reciting the mantras of these sutras, and if his turn will come, then he would be very ashamed of not being able to recite the sutra.
And then the rich Sancho Punkayori. Just Sanyo don't get a dance, lay up your jewelry. The doctor is the rest silent, taking a Christian, Sonny Cherry, then don't that Sancho. Never yours. And Sancho put Chin's Hagris and that sent the tune to Guru. I answered that the nation, the Lord Majeva.
And then they thought Shantideva couldn't recite the sutra because he had only three things to do. One is sleeping, and two is eating, and three is defecating. And through this, because they thought that Shantideva was only doing the three things, so he cannot recite the sutra. So then they denied if Shantideva was the turn would be the next day. On that night, and then the people went to see him saying that tomorrow is your turn to recite the sutra, and some others came to make sure whether he had heard that his turn of reciting mantra or sutra be tomorrow, and then the next day, and then they thought maybe Shantideva will escape from the monastery that night because he didn't have anything to be recited. And the next day, and then they saw Shantideva in his monastery. They felt a bit the strange.
That was Sanjo Dedes and that was a Jamati Desha. Call up the Musapa was said that is usually a top Sansan year. Tillians as against a Mavashe, used to be Yesha. That's on you so. I'm going to use on the trip to Tobishi Yesha. I know told somebody, they were the children. Told somebody, Sana Javeres, and whom we shall treat my neighbor, Mapuche, they want to shoot, and treat their told child, to remember me.
And then they set up, the long, sort of very high throne, the high throne, and then Shantideva came. And then when he reached near to the throne, he was not sure whether that is made and out of faith or with a harmful intent. and even in that, the long, very high throne didn't have any stairs. So he then finally discovered that they did that, they set up that high throne out of the harmful motivation. And knowing this, then Shanideva put his hand on the throne and then reduced and made that the throne smaller. And having sat on that, and then the throne was became the bigger by means of his miracle powers. And then when he was about to recite Sutra, he began to say the two lines. Should I recite the Sutra which is not before, or should I recite the Sutra which is not before? And then they said, if you have the ability to proclaim the Sutra which is not revealed before, then you should do so. And then Shantideva recited his text guide from the beginning. They explained the good qualities of the Buddhas and so forth. And then while Shantideva was saying, reciting his guide, and the monks were a bit surprised of that Shantideva has got such an ability while they were listening to this. And then there were also many pundits or scholars who also were very impressed of his contents of the teachings, which sounds very beautiful and practical. And then they developed great faith in the Shantideva. And then Shantideva began to recite this guide all the way up to the up to the end of the 9th chapter, and that's up to the end, up to the 10th chapter, and then it is the actual text of the body. And then when we begin to say the 10th chapter, and then he dedicated and developed wishing prayers, such as through the power of compiling this text and guide, may the sentient beings able to engage in this Bodhisattva deeds, and this is the main the dedication. And from there, then he dedicated to specific the beings, such as he said through the power of the marriage, may may sick people and other those who have the hunger and thirst, we find these treatments and the food and drink and so forth.
then other Karchushan, Shudro, Motovachi, Chupalia, Yomari. Then the Malavaju, the Lavishashun, Rubati, Achiton, and then made you do the Shakanashun, Rubo, Transjubilee. Tendenza, Chor, Medan, Jena, Chimbata, Shaban, Shiju, Rubumedo, when they do, said. Chor, messing at the Ramekadena, Manu, Nyava, Dominiani, Nyava Havason, and that should you do some garbage and Tenachun Ruvache, or the Rushakamashun, Rubo Casa. Then you was that Chor, then Medan Jena, Medan Meran Hidek. Or then I'm a ching to do much still do something. Pass on the sun, take him. Or then Shaban Shi, which are Shakan Shi. Rubati Beka, which have been Kumendaka Medogo, which are going there, the legend will. Think of Nyawatenala, Korangi Gireto, Nyawas, high little shows, high little. High losing it, Naras to Toma, you know, just had to do Goya to so they are which you zero, last thing handy. She ordered what I do, or the never little show.
And also the Shanti they were made, the other the dedications such as the beings, the beings who were in the river known as Rame, and when the beings, this is near to the hell realm, and whoever sees that river from distant, and then they see there's water in that river known as Rame. When they actually reach that river known as Rame, and then when if they go into the river, and then their body, skin and flesh completely melts into that river, which is very hot, and the only what remains is only the bones, and only the bones were left. And so the Shanti they were made in a prayer, wishing a prayer that the main beings who are in this river known as Rame and other places will obtain the Deva bodies, and Deva bodies is very good. The reason Deva body is very good because the Deva body is very beautiful and very attractive, and that's why on the paintings that Devas are painted. Their bodies are painted very beautifully. So Shanti were made in beings who are in that river may be born as God.
That's the thing that you choose, and she just so the control to be on it. Samaya Maja to the city, so you see the body. Yeah, that's in the Jews on control machine in Chile. That's what you see what machine. That days boxing a year, shooting the chariot. Says that Nyava was a high little Tony, and days boxing a chupe, Kibushi, Lingatina Lene, and a Ruba will hamo. High Pomus and Yan will assemble like shooting about the Gaucha. And
also Shanti they were dedicated having achieved this and they were in the bodies and made be in the river known as Kyabje in the land of the 33s, and in that the river where there are beautiful gardens, and made these beings enjoy with the other god and goddesses in that land of the 33.
The Ganajin Chinese in that to me the hearts of the Noyo, Papa, the Songu toilet and Papa Cherry toilet and Nyawale Trulu, Chana to toilet and Trulu, Javea toilet and Trulu, Javea toilet and Venever Domini Trulu to see, you put it Mayo, Petato Savoyo. Young Guiadi, Shivala Coram will have a Latin Javeo.
And also in Shantideva dedicated that beings in free from the mysteries through the power of the Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani and the Manjushri, and the dedication of the dedication of the Manjushri is then longer than the dedications through the power of Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani is longer because Shantidev's the personal deity was the Manjushri. That's why he had dedicated a very more extensively about Manjushri than other two deities. And also Shantideva made the positive wishing prayers for the animals and hungry gods.
And
also Shantideva made prayers for the different human beings. And the people don't like to hear this one dedication, whoever is a woman, to obtain the male in the body. And as you know, these days there is a women's demonstration thing. The male and women and men have the same rights. From the point of view of Dharma, both men and women have the same rights, and if women practice Dharma, and then they can become like a Dharma. And if we are in the samsara, with the human, with the woman body, there is more kind of mysteries, more problems. And most women do have the problems that the men do not have. And that's why Shantideva made this dedication. Shantideva didn't make this dedication because he hated a woman. If you don't like this the dedication, these two lines saying, may the woman's body become the male, then you can say may all the male shouldn't become the woman.
Gelong dede zeba kam che gelong chimbu ya wo che ke ya da zoba zhong che sia zhen xing ma de ge te na la ge ne ma ja yo ge ne ma ja de na zoba chung zoba shi de za zoba kam le yan de ma da yo zhe de zoba de la zoba na ga de yo de chue me zoba che zoba song ju su song yo zoba pa su chue me zoba de da xie de zo ya zu be da me da yu me the truth so but the cage and to you and money with you. That was the big queen the carriage share. The Asia motorbike in the church, Jiggy could dance, so a church. Then I never saw my Georgia. As she may choose my God, the shower. 2 years, hey, I am person and I am Joe Marina, and go a jiggy to Kakachi in Yavayo. Then I got the car in Bebuya, so a Bebabus. When they told that they were the Jumbo Buddha, and I have a chimbo, so a gamble. The Jumbo Buddha, the two generation, and also share which is share. Today, Zuba Shivo. Young Gashik Zuba and Longuio. Missing it not all and Zoro Chandusa, who's a social in the real. Today, Gilon didn't have a jig, because Zuba wanted to show you what so go somebody or go to church for somebody other. Quite a little Gorula, me get tell a lot of share in Zuba Shison, Zuba Mavache, this one, Tower Tunson. That also you could charge you go. You want to serve your money. I chose to serve a Kajama, serve a Shison, that's our major. And so you serve a Shison, and get into Sukichamas. Permit did a super show Chedam, and the Kosevasan. Permit the super show Chakacha the best, get your major, permit me down. Konduche. All that the Lang which is Sava Yinza, Kono Gilon River, Lasso permit is on. Then I see Milulan Julia, Yakum Shada language, come Milulan said the permit Lulan, Majak language.
And there was one time there was a debate, between one of the teacher and the 500 the bhikshus, and then the man was called a bhikshu went for a walk, and by that time then the debate was over, and then when that man who went for a walk thought I will debate with these 500 bhikshus, great diligence, and I defeated them. And then one of these 500 bhikshus pacified the debating by means of his important lessons. And then when that man, another bhikshu returned from his from his walk, and then why there is no debating, and then the monk said the debating was, and then it pacified one of our bhikshus. And then that bhikshu got very upset and angry at these 500 bhikshus. And then that bhikshu they said, did this 500 women, they pacified, this the debating. He said this sarcastically, calling the women for these 500 the bhikshus. This and then the man who nicknamed women for the 500 bhikshus. Reborn as a woman and for many lifetimes. And in general, because the man and body, so man and women have different bodies, so they have the different attitudes. And because the attitudes are different things, good and bad, and also the bad attitudes are also the difference between the two groups. For this reason, Buddha laid down different rules for the bhikshu and bhikshunis. And Buddha made 364 vows for the bhikshunis. And for the bhikshus, and Buddha made 240. 215 vows. And from the point of view of the material things, and the women have even more the intelligence and wisdom, and the women can become prime minister and also things.
That's
and there is a Tibetan expression: if the country will be in a very wealthy and prosperous, even the leader of a country can be a nun.
Sanje Chone the Sanga Chu Sondu, Chu King, Roma Coaching door, Nale, Pau Karuche, the Coach Thomas, Tapumunija, Yuba, and
And when the Buddha expounded, the sacrament of teachings, the very beginning, and it was they were both male and female, and they were both the sex were attended. There wasn't any discrimination from the expounders and from their own side. And from the point of view of practicing Dharma, and both have the same rights of the practicing.
And the region of Java in the region Jedus Susula Top Chichum Tambe, Popa Chichum, Luya, Jengi, and the Dumasun Kaleshi.
And if one receives the ordination, and then there is the differences of observing the disciplines depending on the strength of the body.
Langa legend Roy in a Peme, Rojun Runani, Roba Yabuchimane, Langa Janda Jigasal and Rungumari, Romuton Kabuyor.
And if the ordained nun has to go for a long distance, difficult for her to go for a long distance, even if she goes more than 1 mile, and it's difficult for her to reach her destination. And the bhikshus can go more than maybe 3 miles. And in the Giloma, and bhikshunis cannot cross the river. And the reason the bhikshunis cannot cross over the river, maybe through swimming and so forth, is because her body is not strong enough to cross the river. That's why. And if the body is weak, and then there is a danger for her life. That's why this rule is made. And Tanya Jasi Sajitola Medo Shababo, Tedanya Chotamu Shababo, Mekanga Chichi said, Sijas of Dibucho. I answered that Lobu Toja, Medo Shabbat and Chui Shabayo, I know some Patatsudachi, Yaja, Pavajeres in Javashochi. Chief in Jazz, I never get to talk to put the social and the chief, you shall the short Janek, and all the Jeres in Jay, and Jeres cutting in your Tayag, I'm not the Regia. China to Yuri, and Javi on the Pele Monsiori. General Civil Chamber Jiba Mebaton, Shatman, Sikashi Tubayo. Oh, yeah. So it's very, very advisable to recite this, the 10th chapter, the dedication. If you can, there is a tradition of reciting this, dedication and of the 10th chapter of Shantideva's guide, and wishing prayer to take birth in the blissful land or Sukhavati and others. And in the 10th, in his dedication, even Shantideva said, beings that is who are in the hell, hot hell, the falls, these flowers, the loose flowers, and also they receive these rains. And when they look at in the sky, who the cause this, and then they see the Avalokiteshvara, and then when helping sing this Avalokiteshvara, then he called others to come and sing. Look at the sky, there is Avalokiteshvara, and then they sing Avalokiteshvara, and then they escape from the experience. And also same dedication, same kind of dedication is done through the singing, the Avachapani and the Manjushuri.
Janshishime Mona Tuchimbudu, someone in Ruya Mayores to Mari. Benabe, Mona Shimbuchi Deva in Rubri, Parishin Road, Benyavanala, Medo Chabat, Boba, Degumariva, choosing. Then a Papa Jerry is Yavanal Pedu. There is a mabe on the near matters of Ashilene, Chag Sajit, Lai Mushi, Sajinoji Chando, whom Pele on the Yavanal Jat, who is it, Medovi Charbat and Shirabe, Shira, we can not sing to Luna, Kala Shene, and Pebble Ujio. Then Yavanali Apen, Rirokus, Hamain, Tomo to Sapeni, young, Temabe upon it, young Telegraph and Navajias. Tenemo, Mangu, Samayan Tomo, so Zavali pay, Sanji Shazit to Kondu, Mabe Gonla, Bayan, they changed the pay, I did in the Manguchuya, Chashis or Tuchum to the Yori.
And we cannot say that some of these, the prayers, the dedications, and wishing prayer of the Bodhisattvas cannot fulfill. And also, we can't say maybe this. We are not sure whether this the hell realms will be full of these flowers for a long time. But there is the hell realms will have the flowers for a short period of time at least. For instance, at one time Avalokiteshvara visited in hell, and before he arrived in that hellish state, then the ground of that hell realm transformed into this very cool, which were very hot iron, and then also that the ground was became very cool, and this and after that then Avalokiteshvara visited on the top of the Mount Meru in order to subdue some beings. So before he arrived in that area on the Mount Meru, and then also in a place where transformed into completely different things, and also after that then this Avalokiteshvara came to see the Shakyamuni before he arrived on this earth, and then this also place was also transformed into the place where he visited was also transformed into a very gentleman and so forth. And as there are 200,000 of the wishing prayers or dedication, the most the sublime one is that may I able to hold or maintain the Dharma. This is the most the positive the wishing prayer.
Sanjay is Temba Tashin Jela, Yurindo never volunteered to the Yani, Temba Tarabuchuna, Temba Zembichibu, Tamasutaru, Chilegia Yungre, Tejuna Tenze Gidu did Arabu Yungre, Tenze Gidu did Abuchuna, and Jitan Ham DJ Yungre. Sinjing DJ Sanjay Temba Rani, Temba to the then Jazemona Congelon and Tanshin Monon, people soon saying that Tangan did Mono de Tagayor, Dagi Chine Sabe Giodi. Then the local competence, Sanji Temba Unit never be Temba the Payakari, Pengu Unity on show. Draw Sincha Lagari, Pengu Unity on shows, Maloniche.
And if there is no Buddha Dharma, and then there will be the holders of the Buddha Dharma. If there will be the holders of Buddha Dharma, such as teachers, spiritual teachers, and so forth, then there will be the spiritual community. and then there were spiritual practitioners and so forth, whereby the sentient beings will find the happiness and the joyfulness. It is said, the happiness and joyfulness of sentient beings depend on the Buddha Dharma. So without Buddha Dharma, then there won't be a happiness and joyfulness. For this reason, this dedicating that wishing prayer or maintaining that the Buddha Dharma is the most sublime. And also in this the text, this same dedication is made, saying, may whatever virtues are accumulated benefit the Dharma and all moderators. And this the dedication, the last two, first two the wishing prayers are like just general, saying by whatever marriage, by whatever virtues are accumulated, benefit the Dharma and all migrated. This is just a general wishing prayer, and now the specific prayer is that, and especially it made the essence of the teachings of the Venerable Lobsang Taupa shine forever. And this means that the essence of the teachings of Shakyamuni Lobsang, so Venerable Lobsang Taupa, which is like a yolk of an egg, should be shine forever. So we have now 7 practices. And then we should offer the mandala. And there is no fault of if we don't recite mandala, but if we do recite these hundreds of deities of land of joy, and it is very, very applicable to recite to offer mandala. And when Kyabje Rinpoche, who is very recently passed away, when he went to make prayers for the different families, and then he used to take the mandala base. And if this late Kyabje Rinpoche makes pujas and so forth in the families, different families, and then it's necessary that he would recite the hundreds of deities of the land of joy together with the mandala offering. And some that they don't recite this mandala after the hundreds of deities of land of joy. So what the Kyabje Rinpoche does is that in order to indicate that the chanting master should offer mandala at the end of this prayer, the land of the hundreds of deities of land of joy, from the very beginning of saying from the heart of the protector of the heart, the hundreds of deities of the joyful land, he just spreads, he just begin to take out his mandala base, indicating that the chanting master should offer mandala after the dedication. And if we can do the long one, that's good, and we should say Om Benza Bhumi. If not, then we should say the short mandala, as we know that how important it is to offer the mandala. Even Je Tsongkhapa had offered the mandala very extensively on a stone, and this stone can be found still can be found in Tibet area town called Olga, and it is said that people who went to see that the stone, which is the mandala base used by Tsongkhapa, shines the reflections, and also they receive predictions from that stone, which is used for in mandala base by Tsongkhapa. And the Tsongkhapa offered 27 mark points, 28 points on that in the stone mandalas. And now the mandala offering that we do here have 37 mandala that is marked points. And there's no time to explain about the mandala, and in Tibet, people came to receive the teachings. All the people who attend for the teaching used to bring the mandala base, and they offer the mandala with their own mandala base. If they don't bring the mandala base, then Lama would talk that. And when let's say if there were 1,000 students came to attend the teachings, almost about at least 100 we bring the mandala in the base, and then during the Dharma discourse, and people will the sponsor for tea. If there be no 2 teas, at least there be 1 tea each day. And some sponsors of the tea were the people who came for the teaching, and some these people sponsors for the tea were not the one who received the Dharma teachings. And then when there will be the tea, then they announcing everyone should bring the cups for the tea. And then the monks from the upper Tantric and lower Tantric colleges also came to the teachings, and these monks from these 2 Tantric colleges used to have big bowls. The surface of the cup, which is made of wood, has this longer than this. It's very big, you see. And then the monks from the 3 monasteries have smaller than this, and the people from the Lhasa brought the smaller than this, very small ones. And then at one time when Kyabje Prabhupada was teaching, and I was also there. And then he said in the discourse, when the disciplinarian or they made an announcement that people should bring the cups or the bowls for the tea. Everyone bring their the cups or the bowls without forgetting it. But no matter how many times I was told to bring the mandala base, and then they couldn't bring the mandala base. And in Mangkut, and then also the people bring this. Some of the monks bring this huge, this the wooden bowls, and there are many benefactors who are sponsor for tea. And also for Tibetans, the mandala bases are very rare.